the new world. To think that when I started my career, we used overhead, we'd have these machines with the acetate overhead that we'd use.
But many people got those. You were in, right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, we are hearing you.
Thank you. Is that Fabrizio?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Oren, and good morning, everybody.
Morning, Fabrizio, it's Alec.
Green chairs.
Okay, thank you. Morning.
Technological issues, but it's not
Alec,
the
when
way
I
to
finished
be.
my master's, my dear wife
Okay.
bought for me a present. What was the present? Electric typewriter.
Ah, yes.
Because I had one before that, like this.
Yeah, that was a big, So when I was in college, the big deal was to borrow my roommate's electric typewriter for a paper.
So
It's really
breaking into
dangerous.
Podlasia region, it's a historical and geographical region, but also political, ethnic, cultural, related, linguistic borderland inhabited by Poles, Lithuanian, Belarusians, Ukrainian, Russians, Tatars, Roma, and in the past also Jews and Germans as well. Thus, it's undoubtedly the most diverse region in Poland in terms of nationality, culture, religion, language, and nationality. And this diversity was determined by its political changes as a territory belonging successively to Lithuania, Poland, Prussia, Russia, the Soviet Union, Germany, and Poland again. And it was also determined, what is quite obviously, by different settlements and different national and religious policies. So for that reason, in the narratives of local and central authorities, and in the narratives of tourist marketing, and according to some scholars, this region is presented as a unique, multicultural example of peaceful relation and ethnic coexistence and place of dialogue. But on the other hand, it's not difficult to observe that this region is it's a territory of very strong ethnic tensions, a space of many conflicts between minorities and majority, based on conflict over memory, difficult heritage, and many others. My presentation is going to present on group living here, group mainly 2,000 people, Polish Tatars. They are Sunni Muslims, and this is minority about other Muslim communities in Poland nowadays. So the Tatars are officially defined as a group of, as an ethnic group. And it's worth to mention that in Poland's legal system, there are some a list of recognized ethnic groups, and they are divided. So all ethnic groups are divided into ethnic minorities and national minorities. So, and according to the legal system, they are not ethnic minorities. Now let me introduce, but very briefly, historically, this group. So historically, they are descendants of the newcomers from the Golden Horde. The first Tatars arrived into the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 13th and 14th century as prisoners of war, followed by a second longer migration, mercenaries invited by Vaituas the Great to help to repel attacks of Teutonic Knights of Lithuanian eastern borderland. And in exchange for military service, the Tatars were given land and status equal to the Polish-Lithuanian nobility, which is still a source of a pride of members of Tatar community in Poland today. A very important event in the life of this group was the reign of John Sobieski, who in 1678 granted the land in Podlasie in return for the military service in Poland. I am not intent to discuss this history of the community in detail, but in order to understand the Polish Tatars, both historical and today, so it's necessary to refer to the two periods, the period of Second Polish Republic and the post-war period after the Second World War. So after 1918, the new created national borders divided Tatar community for the first time. About 6,000 left in Poland, 2.5 in Soviet Belarusia, and 1,000 in Lithuania. So due to their strong military involvement for Poland's independence, in the new state, they enjoyed special privileges. Therefore, it was a period of religious and ethnic revival. Tatar organization, museums, archives were established at that time, as well as several publications created for Polish Tatar community. In 1936, which was a very important event, Islam was officially recognized by the government. And for this reason, this period of time is often considered to be a golden period of the community. And the World War II and the post-war territory evolution resulted in intense group changes. In 1945, as a result of shifting borders, the Tatar community was again divided. The largest part of the group and traditional settlements was merged with Lithuania and Belarusia. But as a result of the geopolitical changes, some Tatars decided to leave their places of residence and emigrate to Poland. Historians estimate that about 2,000 people may have migrated first to the west fields of Poland, then to Podlasie region, and the migration covers 1/3 of the population that lived in Poland before the war. And this event is contributed as the end of cohesive Tatar war. And this map presents the settlements of Tatars and all of the Moscows during the Second Polish Republic, and just 2 of them lived beyond the border after the Second World War.
Sorry, can you repeat what the map shows?
The territory of Poland in the Second Republic from 1918 to 1945, and this presents the main settlements of Poland, and all of the Moscows are here. Live in Lithuania and Belarusia after geopolitical changes. Just 2 of them stayed beyond the Polish border.
This is interwar northeastern Poland, right?
Yes.
Eastern.
Northeast, yeah.
Northeast?
Białystok is in this region, yes?
Yeah,
Yes.
the Baltic
Yes, of
Sea is
course.
right there, you see.
Baltic Sea.
Due to the political situation in post-war Poland, both the religious and ethnic development of the group was delayed. And at that time, literature described the Tatar community as the regional group assimilated into a Polish society. And after the transformation period in 90s, it resulted in ethnoculture revival of the group lands again. So, but the main term of my speech is to show how the group living today in a specific Polish borderland, on the one hand, emphasize its ethnic and religion distinctiveness and builds their ethnic boundaries, and on the other hand, what kind of strategies it uses to be considered as insider. It's very important, especially in a situation where the borderland is a place of stereotypical association of both religion and nationality. And it's also very important in a situation when Islamophobic sentiments are on the rise, when at the end where there is a migration crisis. These victims are mainly Muslims, migrants nowadays. So I will start with the identity of the group, which seems quite interesting. So until the 90s, the Tatar was regarded by researchers as religious and regional group, which is completely assimilated into Polish society, and its only distinguished feature is religion. Hence, the word Polish Muslim rather than Tatars was used in a scholar language. Research from the 90s, after the transformation system, showed that identity of the group is more complex. A model was even proposed according to which Tatar identity consists of three non-exclusive elements: Tatarness, referring to ethnicity of group; Muslimness, referring to the sphere of religion; and Polishness, referring to the question of citizenship. So these three axes were supposed to be linked together. And according to them, so being a Tatar, it's it's the same as being a Muslim and being a Polet combined together. But the research I conduct showed that this issue is much more complicated. So first of all, there is no single identity model of the group. Its identity constantly changes, and it's situational and contextual. And another important change that I have observed is that the place of religion in the identity of the group also very changed. So Tatar emphasized that being a Tatar today does not mean being a Muslim, just as being a Muslim does not mean being a Tatar. It's obvious. And there is no doubt that it's a kind of consequence of terrorist attack in the USA and in Europe, which intensified the level of Islamophobic sentiment in Poland. So this forces the Tatar to change their religiosity by emphasizing its originality and locality. So so Christian influences in the, for example, construction of mosques is very often emphasized by the group to show the connection with the territory and the local culture of the borderland, where Catholic and Orthodox influences merge. So as you can see on these mosques, both of them are situated, one of them in Kruszyniany and the other one in Bohoniki. They are not look like Middle East mosques. So one of them is very similar to the Catholic Church and the other to the Orthodox. So they very often stressed this similarity. The Tatars often point out that because of their long-standing relation with the Christian neighbors and their isolation from the Middle East, they have created their own religious tradition, which, although based on Islamic doctrines that are 5 pillars, but are original and set them apart from other Muslims all over the world. So they also stress that unlike other Muslims, they do not pray 5 times a day, and they have the original form of zakat called sadoga. I will show you a very interesting picture which presented sadoga, referring to the sharing the sweets during the most important religious event. So neither Hajj nor fasting during Ramadan is strongly observed by most members of the community. But there are just a few examples. I have no time to
Carolina.
more detail. Just 5 minutes. Okay. Another important element part of the group's distinctiveness is its ethnicity. Tatarness is conceptualized around ethnicity of the group that help define the ethnic boundary, and it's evident. This is evident in the relationships Polish Tatar maintain with the other Tatar groups in the other countries. They continue to maintain a relationship with the Tatar from Lithuania, Belarus, Russia by organizing tours to the historical Tatar Moscow. You can see on a picture meeting of Tatars, a visiting of Belarusian cemetery by Polish Tatars, for example. Certain practices are also considered markers of Tatar distinctiveness, including folk dances, cousins, symbolic elements, yards, horseback riding, and archery. So these two factors, religion and ethnicity, are the group's differentiation factors around which it builds its boundaries nowadays. But the determining factor of this distinctiveness is the group's emphasis on Polishness. So this is related to the sense of belonging to a Polish state, having a Polish citizenship, historical, emotional, and cultural ties with Poland, which is also a part of Tatar identity. There's something very interesting which comes out among Tatars, which is called Tatar patriotism, which is constructed around some values as loyalty, sacrifice for Poland as their own homeland. It's demonstrating during that celebration by a group of national anniversary, for example. It's a picture which presents a meeting with President Komorowski. I will not talk in detail about it, but I just mentioned that there is also what is very important to know the very positive relationship between a Tatar community and the Catholic Church in Poland today. There's a Muslim Day. The Tatars have this special way to build a dialogue between Islam and other religions in the region, like Day of Pray for Peace, for example. You can see in the picture. But to sum up, all these examples show the need for the group to adapt to the prevailing condition in the face of changing realities, and show that the status of the group in Polish society is constantly being negotiated. And at the further stage of my research, I would like to make a comparison with the situation of Tatars in Poland and Lithuania in order to find any common feature and differences. So for today, it's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina. So just have to map. Is there any other speaker from the session who is here? Okay. You're Peter?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So we have one online. So we have three, just to budget the time. So we have about 10 minutes at least for questions for Carolina. Maybe you want to stay there because it will be the best thing to just have a question after each. If you want to stay at the front.
Of course, yes, you are.
I'll start perhaps. Thank you very much. It's ethnography and also showing well the changes that being in another country and beyond a border, it's not just a state border, but it's also almost like a civilizational border.
Yes.
Between Poland, who is west-oriented, and the other countries who are eastern-oriented. I wanted to ask about the geography in terms of Tatar patriotism that you mentioned. Is there a homeland? I mean, in my very personal knowledge, most of these people have sort of settled around the Volga, from Crimea to the Volga region. Do they refer to some area as a homeland when you talk patriotism? Do they have any geographical rituals or connection to the original region, or is it something that's developing separately?
It's very interesting.
Maybe can I add, because it's related, how is connected to Tatarstan?
Of course, it's a very interesting question, and because as I observe today, the religious identity of the group transformed into an ethnic identity more. And after the transformation, Tatar look for somehow kind of expression of their culture, but they haven't any difference. I mean, there was nothing original, so they look for an inspiration, and they invite from Karen pencil choreograph to teach their children, for example, folk dance according Korean tradition. And as I show you the picture, today these folk Tatar groups use Korean costumes. So it's kind of invention tradition. based on Karaim tradition. And what is also very interesting that in 2014, Tatar wrote a kind of project to the ministry that they want to learn their language. It was very interesting because they lost their language in 16th century. So they asked the government to give them money for learning Karaim Tatars language. So they look for their heritage among the other Tatar communities rather than among the Muslim community. So we can see that, so that these Tatar ties can be observed nowadays and are even stronger and stronger.
And are there some deviations? Are there minorities among the minorities?
After, it's also very interesting that after 2014 annexation Crimea by Russia, thanks to the Polish Tatars, 100 Karaim Tatars come to Poland. So they help them to find houses to work. They help to adaptate for them. So it's also to show the very strict connection, ethnic bonds between those groups.
Tatarstan?
Just Tatarstan, as I told you. So it's a very important part of consciousness of the group that they belong to the all Tatar world, all over the world, with Tatarstan too. But this relation are based only on official way. For example, when they invite someone from Tatarstan during the festivals or conference, for example. But this connection are very stressed.
Well, that was a bit my question too, but I was wondering how much interaction, of course, the last year, things have changed, but were people going back and forth from this region to Tatarstan or to parts of Russia where there are lots of Tatar people?
I didn't know about it. I didn't observe this relation. That many Tatars, there is it's endogenous group mainly. So but there is a problem to find a partner from the group because it's a very small community. So they look for example, partner in Tatarstan or in other countries.
Marriage partner.
Marriage partner, yeah.
And maybe I missed it, but you said they moved from Lithuania and Belarus then to Poland. And are there still some left in Lithuania and Belarus? And you said they visit the cemeteries. And,
yes,
but
maybe
I
I was
people they relate to, family links and so on.
Yes, but this generation died mostly. I mean, family ties are weekly. So on an official way, they visit each other. Nowadays, coming to Belarus, it's very difficult, even impossible. But in Lithuania, they often organize some kind of trip to visit cemeteries in Moscow. So they try to keep together, but there is always argue between them, and it's also interesting. For example, during a conference, so there is always argue about the ethnonym of the group, which is preferred to Polish Tatar or Lithuanian Tatars and Belarusian Tatars. And they've got always a very big argument between them because the Polish Tatars say that they should be called as a Polish, Lithuanian as Lithuanian, and the Belarusian, of course, as Belarusian. Harry Norris, one of the scholars from England, use a term of Tatars from Baltic Sea. And what is also interesting nowadays is that they try to present connection with the Grand Dutch Lithuanian, and some of the Tatar scholars use the term Tatars of Grand Dutch Lithuanians, for example.
One more question.
Yeah, thank you for this fascinating presentation. And I also wanted to ask about referring to Great Duchy of Lithuania, of course, but you already mentioned it. So I got a different other question. I know that the situation is quite new still, humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border. But could you briefly tell us the responses of the Tatars community as a Muslim community to this crisis? I mean, exactly like the, also the symbolic sphere. And, for example, or this response.
Because you are
Thank you.
from the region, from the Polski region, so
Yes.
you know
Yeah.
that some of them express their support to the border guide.
Mm.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
Bohaniki, there was put a, how do
There
we
was
call it?
a banner,
Banner, some kind of banner that we
Yeah, let's go
support.
with Polish services.
Yes,
or-
we support it.
Yeah.
And some of the Tatars are for and some are against, but as I told, it's quite difficult because they don't want to have nothing common with the other Muslims. So they are afraid, in my opinion, they are afraid, and they don't want to be. So if they will say that we are for, it means that they are against
Of course.
Polish state.
Yes.
Sorry, can you explain to us, are these Syrian refugees coming to,
It's,
or are there Ukrainian refugees? Who is coming to that border?
I meant, actually, I meant the situation that the Tatar community nowadays
Yeah.
was put by the majority into the situation that they have to take a side, as you said. So they officially they choose to support services and support the state, Polish state, which is of course exclusive. Don't want refugees to come asylum seekers, but on the other hand, they are as well pushed to, for example, like to take care of the bodies of the people who died on the border, on the frontier. So-
Yes, but many of them are against it. But
Yes,
if I
of
understood
course, of
well,
course.
the question was what's happened on the Polish
Yeah, and there are
Belarusian
many-
borderland. And could you just
And
say
where they came
two sentences about it because you are
Yeah,
you are
we
very
just-
Who are the
involved.
people that
Yeah.
need humanitarian help? Are they Syrians?
And
Or are they Ukrainians? Who are?
No. There is a Polish border on the north with Belarus, and it's something different than the border with Ukraine. And after the war in Ukraine started, so Polish state just let few million people from few million refugees from Ukraine to come. And at the same time, they didn't allow and build the barrier, the wall, the fence on the Polish-Belarusian border because of this so-called hybrid war by Lukashenko, who actually changed the border regimes of Belarus, so let the people from Syria, Afghanistan, so Middle East, but also the Sub-Saharan Africa, and
which are treated, what is
of,
very important, as illegal migration, not as a refugees by the Polish state.
Yes, actually they said that there was a very important situation that the people on the move decided to go to apply for a visa at the border entrance. It was in Kuźnica, and the Polish state decided to close this while they were like few thousand people were going to apply for a visa. So it was something that had happened early during the Chechenian wars. But what I want to mention as well, that we know few people from Tatar minority who helps, who is providing humanitarian aid. And at the same time, because it is this special tension, because the Tatars as a minority now, they are in a very complicated situation. At once, they have to be loyal to the state. At the second, they don't want to have anything with the humanitarian crisis. And some of them are providing humanitarian aid, and some of them also are pushed, like for example, to because a few people that died on Polish-Belarusian border, now there are 6 graves in a Muslim cemetery in Bohoniki. So the minority is pushed to pay for those graves, for those funerals as well. While, for example, when the funerals are in other places, the state is paying, for example. So we see another type of the symbolic violence.
Yes, thank you for your explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're a refugee, you don't even have the right to be buried. Right?
Of course.
You lose all your rights, even after your life. Yeah.
Just a very
Any more
short
questions?
comment.
Yeah, last one.
He was
Peter,
first,
yeah.
then you.
If you're looking for points of comparison, you know about this Muslim community in Georgia, bordering toward Turkey, in the province of Bajara. That is quite significant. But I happened to be there in September last year. What's interesting there is there might be some similarities because they are also very much emphasizing that they are Georgians. at the same time as they are Muslims. That is because, they don't fit in this hegemonic national self-image of Georgia as the Christian nation. Therefore, they stress very much that they are Georgians, even though they are Muslims. So maybe
Thank
some
you very much. It's interesting. It's, for example, as I told, before even 2 decades ago, some of the Tatars say about themselves Polish Muslims, but today no one uses this terms, just Tatars.
May I one last question?
One very last one. Okay.
people.
Yeah, we have 3 speakers.
Okay, you said they reach out for Tatar communities, but is somebody reaching out to them from the outside as they are a Tatar, Muslim, or however community? Yeah, is somebody reaching out to them from the outside?
No,
To-
it's
to
very,
connect or to use them for
it's
something.
very inclusive group, inclusive, closed.
Yeah, no, I mean, if like Muslim interest groups from other country or Tatar groups from other countries try to approach them to use them for whatever, I don't know.
Yes, I have no more time to talk about it, maybe during a coffee, but
Yeah.
there was, I just mentioned that in 70s, 20th century, Muslims from Middle East come to Russia and they met each other. And it was the first time Tatars met with the other Muslims. So first of all, they was very happy that it's the time to learn their own, as they say, real religion. But very quickly, there was a conflict between these 2 groups and they go far away. Because Muslims criticize Tatars, religious practices. They say that it's not real Islam. They criticize many customs and the way of behavior, the women position, for example. But I will tell you later more about it if you are interested in it, okay?
Thank you.
Now, you cannot help but think about the Jews in pre-Israel times, especially in the Middle East, where they were exactly all the time in that binds of being loyal to Judaism, or Jewish identity, or to the various states. It's always, as you said, it's always this complicated position. And nation states, democracies were supposed to solve that by allowing people citizenship and equality, but we can see that it runs much deeper than that. And those kind of entrepreneurs of identities always generate those boundaries again. What we don't know also are the Tatars that stop being Tatars, right? Because it's a small community of 5 or 6 million, and probably would have been 20 millions if population growth was natural. So that's quite interesting. Another topic that people don't talk about is the Tatars who are, or Jews or the Druze or other minorities that actually stop and cease to be their own old identity, which is very, very much part of the picture. Anyhow, thank you very much, Carolina. So the second speaker is Peter, who is with us, talking about the same region or similar region, Peter Balog from Hungary, about the Ukraine-Hungarian border, which has been in the news recently.
Indeed.
And also with some kind of hybrid border regime. So
You don't want to follow the schedule and go
Yeah.
for
25 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for questions, then we have time for the third speaker online.
Okay.
Good luck. Those system resources may affect your audio quality. See if they can hear us. Can you hear us? Still online? No, now it
Yeah, no problem.
you can click it off then.
screen sharing has stopped.
No, you can click it off, okay, because you can see your screen. Yeah, you can
So-
click the presentation at the bottom, like the
Yeah,
upside
yeah.
down glass, yeah, that one.
Do people online see my presentation or my slides?
I hope so.
I think you took the screen share off, so you probably have to go back into screen share.
You get your time, don't worry.
Yeah. It's, on the cursor is not even.
You could ask Fabrizio if he can see the screen, but I don't think he can.
No.
You have to go back to Zoom and put share screen.
First cancel that.
The green one. Yeah, cancel that. No, you have to.
Green share and the green at the bottom.
It's
Green
green.
right there.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but I think there are 3 of us online who will give presentations.
Ah,
Okay, so you go.
okay, I didn't realize. I was asking before, sorry.
We,
So,
we couldn't hear in the beginning, so.
okay, good. Thanks for intervening.
Thank you. I'll be short.
Okay, so Peter, you have 5 minutes less. 5 minutes less.
Compared to.
Compared to Carolina.
Yeah.
And, yeah, you're online.
All right, so I should stop around 10. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. What you see on this picture is a Soviet era building in the westernmost oblast region of Ukraine, with a Ukrainian flag, of course. And then in front of that is a statue of an 18th century Hungarian independence revolutionary nobleman. Okay, but first of all, I should acknowledge 2 projects here. This research was made possible due to a nice project we had coordinated, in fact, by Sabine von Lewis, who is present here. And this was comparing 4 different borderlands of Ukraine in recent years. And, you know, Ukraine doesn't have 4 borderlands, but we can say that these were to different degrees contested borderlands. And this is by no means to say that we can compare the Russian-Ukrainian borderland with the other ones by all means. But, you know, the project was conceived before the escalation of the war, and we wanted to look at what's going on here. The other project that made it possible for me to present here is a Hungarian project also on borders, in which also my colleague Eilat present at the conference, and James Scott are also participating. Okay, so I was responsible for the case study in the Ukrainian-Hungarian borderland, which we conducted just very few months before the escalation of the war. This was in around November 2021, and we basically conducted elite interviews with altogether 23 local and regional elites in, you know, the spheres that you would typically guess would be included, like public administration, politics, and civil society, and so on. We did have a slight overrepresentation of ethnic Hungarians. Unfortunately, we would have liked a more given balance, but not everyone was willing to speak to us, but we still managed to speak to 6 Ukrainian elites and 1 person who identified himself as a Ruthenian. Okay, so there was a very rich material coming out of all of this, but also because my presentation was located in the session on ethnicities, but also because I'm interested in ethnic relations. Today, I'm focusing on the part of the material that can tell us something about why and how ethnic identity can become important in certain situations. To locate this in a broader picture, recent studies in ethnic and racial studies have shown how ethnic minorities are often overestimated by ethnic majorities in very diverse contexts, whether it's North America or different parts of Europe or so on. This can be related to many different reasons, either because certain minorities are talked about much more than others, or because they are more visible in public space, or because they are politicized. We just heard about, you know, the connections sometimes made in Poland between Muslims and, yeah, whether you call it terrorism or illegal migration or whatever. So it happens to be the case that majority populations often overestimate the size of certain ethno-linguistic minorities. Okay, so moving quickly to Transcarpathia, which is the westernmost part of Ukraine. This is a very multicultural region, less so today than until recently, but there is still considerable pride in the region for this multicultural heritage. You can have services, religious services in 4 different languages in one church, and you have Greek Catholics and Lutherans, and the synagogue is probably now out of function, but nevertheless, there is still this pride in the region. This is also visible in the public space of the regional center, Uzhhorod, where you can come across, for instance, Hungarian names in the names of various service providers, even though the city only had maybe 5-6% Hungarians by 2021.
But was it under Hungarian government
It was.
before?
Yeah, it was, but not since 1945. Okay, so Hungarians, Ukraine hasn't had a census since 2001, but some of my colleagues made an estimation in 2017 that the size of the share of ethnic Hungarians in this region of Ukraine is still about 10% in the late 2010s. It's probably lower now, but I can mostly speak about the situation in 2021. The small diasporas have basically been disappearing in the parts further away from Hungary, which means that the ethno-linguistic minority is now heavily concentrated in the borderland to Hungary. So also it was a recurrent theme in the interviews here that the Ukrainian majority tends to overestimate the size of Hungarians. As I said, we're only talking about just about 100,000 people and 10% of the region. Within the whole of Ukraine, the share of Hungarians is 0.0 something percent. So, but nevertheless, they are perceived as a very big minority. And here is a reason why that is the case. We did see a growing presence of Hungary in this region, at least until 2021, certainly. Just to give you one example, in 2017, the Hungarian state allocated about 31% of the funds to the region as compared to the central Ukrainian state budget. So, in addition to that, Hungarian aid, in-state aid, is provided to build and renovate schools and kindergartens, so very much state or municipal functions, basically. They even pay extra salaries to pedagogues working in Hungarian language schools and kindergartens. This also goes for, of course, for non-Hungarians working at these institutions, but of course the majority of people working there happen to be ethnic Hungarians. So there is money provided to rebuild infrastructure, to cultural organizations, churches, and so there's even a program for small and medium enterprises, not only targeting ethnic Hungarians, but in the majority of the cases, it ends up being them who get the money from Hungary. Because of this, also among Ukrainians, the Hungarian language is now more popular. As you can see, beyond the typical languages being learned as foreign languages, such as English and German, Hungarian is now also taught at many private language schools and beyond in this westernmost part of Ukraine. In addition to that, since 2010, Hungary is providing its ethnic kin the opportunity to obtain Hungarian citizenship, which is particularly popular in Ukraine, as you can imagine, because it's an EU passport and because Hungary is more affluent than Ukraine. So as a sort of reaction to not particularly this, but Hungarians happen to be impacted too. As you may know, Ukraine has passed a language and education law in 2017, basically to curb the rights of minority languages. Of course, this was particularly targeted against the much more sizable Russian ethno-linguistic community, but it also impacts other minorities in Ukraine, such as Romanians, Slovaks, Hungarians, and so on. So that was seen as
So what is the language, what is imposed on the minorities?
So
School has to be in Ukraine?
yeah, what happens is that from grade 5 and up in schools, there has to be more and more classes taught in Ukrainian rather than in the minority language. Beyond schools, in public spaces, any signs would have to be bilingual and with the first language being Ukrainian. In theaters, performances have to be bilingual on display and so on. And how this is actually carried out in practice is another question, but this is what the law is made to stipulate, to achieve. And it was part of the, the Russian narrative to sort of clamp down on this, what they call Ukrainian fascism. But yeah, this is way off. But yeah, this was one of the reasons why, yeah, some neighboring countries could criticize Ukraine up to this day, actually. But okay. So because of all of this growing Hungarian presence in the region, a separatist discourse emerged in Ukraine, not just in the region, but in the country at large, where ethnic Hungarians were portrayed increasingly as a threat, and it was claimed that they want to secede from the Ukrainian state. There is no evidence for that whatsoever, but this is a narrative that has emerged in Ukraine, in particular a few years ago. Now, obviously, the focus is more on Russia, but of course, Ukrainian elites are also closely watching Hungary. At the peak of this, the headquarters of the largest Hungarian party in the region was bombed twice, and then it was never really sorted out who exactly was behind this. And it was interesting to see in the interviews how different respondents explained this differently. Among Ukrainian respondents, it was Russia that meddled in the region and even was responsible for the bombing of the headquarters of the regional Hungarian party. And our Hungarian respondents didn't exclude this option, but they did also mention that, Ukrainians tend to always blame all their problems on Russia. Nevertheless, it's important to say that Ukrainians and Hungarians agreed that within the region, interethnic relations are still quite good. And it's mostly the two capitals, Budapest and Kyiv, that have to sort out their issues, because this is what the title of my presentation alludes to, that, we have learned in this region, in this multicultural region, that if the powers around, if the neighboring countries are having issues, it's us who will have problems. So they need to sort out their issues so that we can live peacefully here. Okay. There is actually growing evidence now that Russia is meddling in the region, and maybe you heard last November, Vladimir Putin claimed that Poland and Romania and Hungary can have or should have territorial claims on Ukraine, which is, entirely crazy. But it's very clear now that, it's Russia, Putin in particular, is trying to drive a wedge between Ukraine and its Western neighbors. Of course, no country has any territorial claims on Ukraine among the Western neighbors. Okay, but coming back to ethnicity briefly, the one reason why also Hungarian identity is now more interesting to locals there is because of this change in socioeconomic status. So back in the Soviet period, members of the ethnic Hungarian minority here would, go to Kyiv, Moscow, to the Baltic states to make a career there and to have a better life. And now they are more orienting toward Hungary because of these growing opportunities and the citizenship and so on. As one highly positioned representative of the Hungarians in Ukraine put it, without the Hungarian government, we would be nothing here. Its moral, political, and financial support is helping us a lot. But then we also conducted interviews on the Hungarian side of the border. And, borders create mental borders also, even within one and the same ethnic minority. And it was interesting to see here that one respondent said, this is a Hungarian academic on the Hungarian side, who said, 20, 30 years ago, Ukrainians and Hungarians in Ukraine were equally poor. So ethnic identity didn't matter that much. But now that, Ukraine is much worse off than Hungary, and with Hungary providing all this aid, for instance, the Hungarian University College in Ukraine is in a much better shape than our university here in Hungary because of all the money that they are receiving. So you see that there are different interests here. Okay, so coming briefly to the conclusions, when and why ethnic identities particularly matter in this borderland, but also beyond. First, in the borderland, Ukrainian-Hungarian relations have deteriorated for a number of reasons, but in the borderland, an important reason is related to the changing relative position of the given ethnic group. Hungarians in Ukraine have over the past decade been empowered by the considerable support received from Hungary in the form of financial aid and also kin state citizenship, which also happens to be EU citizenship, of course. More broadly, then, we can, maybe this case study can contribute to the literature. I won't need as much as that. I'll leave more time to the others. More broadly, this case study and its results, some of its results can perhaps contribute to the literature that says that the socio-economic status of a borderland and, of course, different ethnic groups living on them can affect the importance, how important ethno-national identities are, and as well as loyalties. So just to take very briefly two short examples, also from the post-socialist space, but you can obviously think of many others, where ethnic identity has become a capital for local people in a certain region. So take the example of Bulgaria in the 90s and early 2000s. Bulgaria was going down, and the Turkic minority, and Turkey at the time was, economically developing. So the Turkish ethnic minority in Bulgaria was increasingly orienting toward Turkey, also because they were so much discriminated against in Bulgaria in the 1980s and 90s. So then this identity became important for them. Just another example is that of Hungarians in Slovakia, who happen to be much more numerous than in Ukraine. We're talking about 500,000 people there. But their ethnic identity has been, the importance of it has been shifting a lot. I won't even go through all the past century, but just to say that in the 1990s, when Slovakia became independent, and it had big difficulties. It had an authoritarian regime, which was, also discriminating against minorities.
Machida, was it?
Sorry? Correct, Vladimir Machida, that's right. So Slovakia had this brief authoritarian period in the 90s, just after its independence. And at that time also, importantly, Slovakia was less well off than Hungary. So the ethnic Hungarians in southern Slovakia, also very much concentrated there in the borderland, were orienting very much toward Hungary. But in the recent decade, things have changed because Slovakia is now better off than Hungary. As you know, Hungary is not a very sexy country nowadays in many respects, but it also happens to be less off than Slovakia. And the Hungarians in Slovakia, there have been reforms toward decentralization. Local governments, regions, municipalities in particular have been empowered. And so the minority language rights have also improved. And therefore, the Hungarians there are no longer that keen on, not so much pushed on, to maintain relations with Hungary. Of course, Slovakia too is an EU country, so the citizenship is also not much an issue. So the point is to say that being Hungarian in Slovakia isn't as important these days as it is as being Hungarian in Ukraine. Okay, that's about it. I hope I kept the time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to share more, but I did try to keep it short because I know there are many presentations still to come.
Let's give him a hand. Thank you very much. Another very interesting case, local and I suppose conceptual, what happens for all these empires generations later. Cheskel, who is here, is doing research on this, what happened to the people of empires once the empires were seized. And of course, Hungary wasn't a real empire, but anyhow, it was part of the Austro-Hungarian. And we still see the ramifications now, 100 years later, in a very nuanced way, the way you presented. Question, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the fascinating presentation. You use all the time the term ethno-linguistic minority, and I was wondering, that this is not the proper case to call it a national minority, that it's, with an external homeland, that it's all the time, part of a broader group. It's not just the local context. So that's a question. You were also, I think that it's implicit in what you said, that the ethnicity became a kind of resource for the people, but also a resource for the Ukrainian nationalists, that they built, kind of tool of recruitment and mobilization for them. My specific question was about how they self-perceive themselves, the territory where they live, if they consider it as part of their homeland, or they see themselves as a kind of diaspora that's separated from the homeland. How they perceive the territory that they live, this minority.
Thank you. It's a very good question. I think it's more toward the second among the two options you mentioned. So there is a very strong regional identity in Transcarpathia, in westernmost Ukraine. And just one example and evidence that how that can be sort of seen. Many times the respondents in Transcarpathia refer to the term inner Ukraine. And this was a totally new concept to me as a geographical label, like inner Ukraine, what is inner Ukraine? And then it was explained to me that inner Ukraine happens to be the rest of Ukraine beyond Transcarpathia, because the region is divided by the Carpathian Mountains. So there is this strong notion that, this is our little region here, and inner Ukraine is a different world in a way, because here we are multicultural and we have our region, and over there it's a different world.
Yeah, okay. So Greater Hungary is still alive. Alec, you had a question?
Well, just quickly, until your last slide, I was thinking about the Hungarians in Slovakia. So then you got there. But I'm curious, because you talked about how Hungary is actually providing financial assistance to those in Ukraine. Is the same thing happening to the Hungarians in Slovakia?
Yeah.
What does this tell us about Greater Hungary?
Yeah, and Romania as well.
No, it's a very good question. It's true that Hungary, over the past decade, with this government, they've been providing a lot of aid to all ethnic diasporas, even outside the borders of historical Hungary. But proportionally, most of the money has gone to the two most impoverished regions in the neighboring countries. This is one of them is Transcarpathia, the Ukrainian region, and the other one is Vojvodina, the north of Serbia. Proportionally, these are the two regions where it's absolutely.
And not Romania?
No, also to Romania for sure, because it's the largest ethnic.
But in Romania, it's more complicated because they're not clustered at the border, but more inland.
That's right.
Pennsylvania, but not so far.
In Slovakia, they are clustered around the border, but they are not as poor. They are not in an as dire situation as the people in Ukraine.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to leave it now.
Yeah.
Because we have a few more speakers, which we have to find how many.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Peter, very much.
Oren, for people online, the screen was fixed during the last presentation.
Oh, really? Okay, that's good to know. So we have to do share screen again.
Yeah.
Let's just see. Thank you, Fabrizio. Is Virgi online? Virgi Kaizen?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, so you are next. And is Ramla online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you will be after her.
Okay, thank you.
And then we still have Karalampos.
Yes, I'm here.
I apologize for before I tried, but obviously you didn't hear me. So we'll have 17 minutes each, okay? Try to accommodate yourself with that, and we'll have a few minutes for questions and answers. We'll start with Virpi Kaisio about everyday life and sense of place in the borderland under stress. With the visual ethnography, obviously you very much need to share screen. So I'll go through here and share screen with everybody, make all of you hosts enable share screen here. Now, all of you are hosts and we'll start with you. The stage is yours. Try to share screen. Let's see that it's working. Excellent. So I have 6 minutes past 10. So you'll have to 10:23.
Sorry, but okay.
Oh, is it okay now?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this session. And yeah, well, I will try to make it in 17 minutes. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to be presenting you an ongoing study that I'm doing on the Finnish-Russian borderland. It's not about ethnic relations, but I hope it's still interesting and it's still about the people. And also about the border landscape, but let's get into that right away. So my research is a part of a larger research project called Borders and Borderlands Revisited. And this project is taking place at University of Antwerp in Belgium. The project studies selected border spaces, and it investigates the visual and multimodal manifestations of borders and their impacts on people's lives. So as I said, I focus on the Finnish-Russian borderland, and I study its southern part. So here is a map of the region that I study, and I actually focus on the 4 border cities mentioned on the map: Imatra and Lappeenranta on the Finnish side, and Svetogorsk and Vyborg on the Russian side. And the reason why I focus on this region especially is that, first of all, I've done a lot of research on this part of the borderland for almost 15 years, but it's also the busiest stretch of the borderland, and it has the most inhabitants. So it's very interesting in that terms. Of course, the situation now at the border is very different from what it used to be before the pandemic. So I approach the Finnish-Russian borderland as a borderland under stress. And what I mean by this is that I'm using the concept of Blake, which he introduced at the turn of the millennium. And what he means with the concept is that many disputes and tensions take place in a significant part of the world's borders. And here we see pretty clearly that also the Finnish-Russian borderland has had its share of crises. And on this slide, you can see some of the most recent ones. And I will briefly go through what is on the slide. So, of course, during the Soviet period, the border was pretty much closed, that a lot of people were able to cross it. But then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the number of border crossings increased, and in 2013 there were 12.9 million crossings. So this was the busiest time at the border in history. But as we know, in 2014 there was the Crimean crisis, and financial crisis started in Russia, and this impacted the Finnish-Russian border very heavily. And it decreased the number of border crossings. In 2016, there were 8.8 million crossings. So the number was little by little increasing, but then COVID happened in 2020, and of course the number of border crossings radically decreased. And here you can see the number of border crossings in 2020 and 2021. And by this time, people were already hoping that the border would open again when the pandemic started to ease. But then in 2022 February, Russia attacked Ukraine, and this has had a huge impact on the Finnish-Russian border and the borderland. And now here's the number for the previous year. So you can see that in 2022, there are 1.9 million crossings. So what I have been doing and what I have been interested in is that how these recent events, especially the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, have impacted the Finnish-Russian borderland, the section that I am studying. How they have shaped the material and social landscape in the borderland, and how they have shaped people's everyday lives. So what I have done is I have done ethnographic fieldwork in the 4 border cities in Imatra, Lappeenranta, and less in Svetogorsk and Vyborg because of the political situation and the fact that the border was closed until last summer. My ethnographic fieldwork included visual data production, so I did photography of the border landscape. I also did observations and I wrote field notes. I also carried out in-depth interviews. I will mention and I will be talking briefly about those in the end of my presentation. And I also collected newspaper articles from local newspapers and I studied social media comments on these articles. So I have divided my presentation into 2 parts because the thing is that I'm working on the visual material and the newspaper material at the moment, and this is so I haven't really been able to start with the interviews yet, although I mentioned that in my abstract. But anyways, so I will be first talking about the visual part of the research, and then I will be talking about the interviews. So in terms of the visual ethnography, I have been interested in what takes place at the Finnish-Russian border in the summer and autumn of 2022. In what ways is the boundary landscape changing and negotiated by people at the local level in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and the beginning of the war in Ukraine? In terms of theory, I approached the Finnish-Russian borderland as a borderscape, and I'm sure this is a familiar concept for many of you. I will not be going deep into that because there is no time, but the term borderscape highlights that borders are not static lines, but processual, deterritorialized, and dispersed into society. And they are perspectival constructions, and the meanings given to them change with the fluctuation of historical, social, cultural, and political events. This is how Brambilla how she defines the concept of borderscapes. And borderscapes are therefore constantly evolving. So next I will read you small snippets from the article that I'm working on about the visuals, about what I have seen and experienced at the border. So I will be reading small parts, hopefully very quickly. So we start here with this photograph. I begin my photography in June 2022 in Imatra, Finland. The roads leading to the border crossing point between Imatra and Svetogorsk that has been closed since January 2021 are calm. It is quiet in places that were busy before the pandemic. Large supermarkets near the checkpoint in Imatra are closed, including Disa's Fish, a large blue hall with a huge parking place. This supermarket specialized in selling fish and fish products that are popular among Russian visitors. After the closing of the checkpoint between Imatra and Svetogorsk, the assortment in the supermarket was adjusted to serve local Finnish customers. Now the sign on the door says temporarily closed. So, although Russian cars and visitors are absent from Imatra's urban landscape, the proximity of the border is communicated by many Russian language signs and texts. The largest Russian language sign is that of Kalatalo. This fish shop and cafeteria in the city center was very busy before the pandemic. According to a Google search, the cafe is open, but the premises are empty and the windows are decorated with posters of upcoming festivals and motorcycle rides. So I collaborated with my friend in Svetogorsk because I was not able to cross in the summer. And in the end of June, I received a photograph from my friend in Svetogorsk. His friend has captured his daughter cycling near the checkpoint. Before the pandemic, it became popular to cross the Finnish-Russian border both by locals and visitors from further afield. Yet the checkpoints were designed for cars and there were no cycle paths leading to the crossing points. Now the new long-planned cycle path funded by the EU-Russia cross-border cooperation program is ready both in Svetogorsk and Imatra. The irony is that the checkpoint is closed. In Svetogorsk, the new smooth asphalt has attracted children for a fun ride. And now we come to July. Summer progresses to July and Finland removes the COVID-19 restrictions on entry at its external borders. This means that, including others, Russian citizens can enter Finland without vaccination or COVID-19 test certificates. Russian cars and visitors start to appear in the landscape of Finland's border cities. In my social media, local people talk about the return of the long number plates, which is a derogatory term used for Russian visitors. And this is a picture from the Svetogorsk, the Russian side, because Finnish people are also able to cross the border to Russia. My friend in Svetogorsk calls to tell me that he met the first Finnish people who crossed the boundary after the pandemic. They agreed to have their picture taken and were happy about the possibility to cross over to Svetogorsk again. In social media, Finnish people often state that they have decided not to travel to Russia at all to protest the country's actions in Ukraine. Those planning to travel justify their choice with their own tight financial situation and Finland's expensive gas prices. Finland's Minister of Foreign Affairs has recommended avoiding all travel to Russia. So little by little, the cross-border traffic increases, especially from Russia to Finland. And debates about whether it is morally right for Russian people to travel to Finland and for Finnish people to visit Russia begin to heat up in media and social media channels. In the urban landscape of Imatra and Lappeenranta, the first signs of these debates appear in the end of July. First, I hear about posters that have been put up in Imatra in places where Russian visitors typically pass by. The posters read, among other things, "No to the war, stop the war, nothing changes by being silent," and "Russia is not Putin, you are Russia." These texts are written in large letters in Russian language, and there is a Finnish translation in smaller letters underneath. And in social media, there are rumors that the signs have been put up by a Russian migrant living in Finland. The local newspaper reveals later in August that the anti-war poster campaign is carried out by a local Finnish woman who has decided to remain anonymous because of her work and the obligation not to express her opinions publicly. In the article, she explains being dismayed that the opposition to the war is not really visible in Imatra's urban landscape, where Russian visitors have returned after a long break. In late August, a group of private individuals led by a member of the Parliament of Finland, Jukka Kopra from Lappeenranta, started a self-financed campaign in the city. They pay 3,000 euros for an advertising agency to put Slava Ukraini signs in the colors of the Ukrainian flag on advertising poles. According to Kopra, the campaign is not aimed at Russians, but its purpose is to gain visibility for events in Ukraine and to keep Ukraine in people's minds. Yet Kopra has stated earlier in an interview that it is grotesque that citizens of Russia, a country fighting a war, come here to shop and satisfy their needs. So here we are, and October has arrived. My daughter and I climbed Mellonmäki in Imatra. The sun is setting, the air is crisp. From the top of the hill, we see across the border to Svetogorsk. Everything is calm again, yet so much has changed. Finland has tightened its visa regulations, and it is no longer possible for Russians to enter the country with tourist visas. All government parties in Finland have expressed their support for the construction of the border fence. According to Etelä-Saimaa, this is the local newspaper, the border fence becomes a symbol of the end of an era. It closes an era of relations between Finland and Russia, which included cooperation and friendship. So this was these were really like brief snippets from the article that I'm writing. And what we can see here, these are some of the preliminary finding, is that the during summer and autumn 2022, the rapidly changing political situation formed the overall context for borderscaping at the Finnish-Russian boundary. And the political context really shapes the material landscape of Finnish and Russian border cities. First, we could see the traces of the pre-COVID-19 era, and then how the landscape was changing when the border was opened again, and then when the border crossings were restricted again. And in the future, Finland starts to build the fence on its eastern border. So also people and their practices were changing, and this was directly related to the political situation. And the discussions surrounding this cross-border mobility centered around two questions: who is willing to cross the border and who has the right to cross the border? So in this way, the borderscaping, so the negotiation of borders, took place in relation to these questions. Also, the Finnish border cities became places for challenging and negotiating international and national politics and border policies. And then the different meanings that people associate with the Finnish-Russian border and the borderland with Finland and Russia, as well as Finnish people and Russian people, were changing. So, for example, people's image of Finland and Russia were greatly impacted by the political context. And lastly, borderscapes is also about one's own lived experiences. So my experiences, for example, of experience in and being in the border space changed in this political situation. And my visual observations were also very much an embodied experience. And well, I was not really able to show you this with the small snippets, but this is I'm going deeper into that in the article itself. So I hope that I was able to show that really the complexity of borderscaping in this time of stress. And then just very, very briefly, I don't know if I still have time to go into.
We must finish. Sorry, we must finish.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then I will leave this slide here. I did 19 in-depth interviews with people who have been actively, involved in cross-border cooperation and who've been actively crossing the border for several years. And then I will just briefly say in a couple of sentences that really these events had shaped their lives. And not only in terms of their profession, they had to think of their ways of their livelihood and about their purpose in life, but also in terms of their identity and belonging, so who they are as people. But yeah, sorry, I can't go into that right now.
We must finish now.
Yes.
More time. Yeah, thank you very much. Very detailed and very much, looking at ethnography of a change of epochs, as you said, resurrecting borders, fortifying territory, things that during globalization seemed like a relic of the past are returning. But anyhow, it's, I think, more complex than that. It was a very good presentation. Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker, and then at the end, we'll have a question for the last three speakers, because I must give Ramla her time as well. Ramla, are you with us? Ramla? Okay, I see that you
Yes, yes, I am. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Stage is yours, 17 minutes, and please, we are with you.
Right. Am my slide clear?
Yeah, we can see it very well.
Okay. A very good morning over there, and actually evening in Malaysia right now. Okay, my title is Not Others, the Value of Pasir in the Everyday Life of the Bugis or also called as the Bugis community in the borderland villages of Sebatik Island, Sabah. Okay, the introduction is this ethnographic studies discusses the way in which the border people, which is the Bugis community, undergo their everyday lives on the border. It involves narratives and experiences, especially the cross-border activities, strategies, and negotiation to the state restraints. While the borderlands were understood here as the territorial bisected by the boundary line between states, which is in a comparative perspective is perceived to encapsulate the variety of identities, social networks, and formal, informal, legal relationship, which tie together people in areas contiguous to the borderline on both its sides. Yeah. Actually, the studies I did during my master degree, and it is an anthropological study. Follow Wilson and Donan's arguments that the study of the everyday lives of border culture simultaneously studies the daily practices of the state and its intrusion into people's life by focusing on the adaptability and rigidity of border peoples and states in their efforts to control the social, political, economic, cultural fields which transcend their borders. Culture. Adam Smith said the culture in a society is still important in the context of their lives, which is the borderland community lives. Even though, like the new book written by Victor Conrad, Border Cultures, I really love that because it is really in line with what I did in my research study about the border culture. So the border of Sebatik, which is, because this is really different from the three or four speakers before, because this is a borders in Asia, not even Asia, but Southeast Asia. The border of Sebatik, okay, if you look at the map, there is an island that divided to two regions, sovereignty between Malaysia and Indonesia called Sebatik Islands. Okay, it's located in border between Malaysia and Malaysia in Tawau, Sabah, and Indonesia in Nunukan Regency, this is an Indonesian side, and whereas this is a Malaysian side. If we look at the map over here, the island, the small island, is located here. This is Indonesia, and up here is a Malaysia territory.
The periphery of the periphery.
Sorry. Okay. Next, I go quick. Yeah, the size is small approximately, but to note that Sebatik Island is still one of the remaining three outstanding boundary problems between Malaysia and Indonesia. It's not settled yet. They're still having a meeting to finalize, remeasure the territory, how big Malaysian side or how wide the Indonesian side is still in what we call in process of finalize. Yeah. Okay, and here we go. This is the area that I live 1.5 years, I may say, living with the community. The Haji Kuning is located to Malaysian side. The Aji Kuning, Desa Aji Kuning, is located in Indonesian side. This is the ethnographic map that I drew with together with the community. But this is back in 2007 when I did my master degree. And if you look at here, this is what the imaginations of the community, and I tried my best to visualize it, but together with the community. The community back then, what we called confirm that this is what it is. Okay, right, and the distance, okay, the distance between the two villages is very close, okay, which is only separated by a river of about 10 square meters. Even at the same time, there were houses located above the international borderline, and thus divided its position into two administrative regions. Okay, if you look at here, this is a Malaysian side and this is Indonesian side. It's just separated by the river here. And some of the community just use this bridge to crisscrossing every day, Malaysia to Indonesia. Okay, this is the house that I stay with the community at the Malaysian side. Right, this is the view that I took a photo from the Indonesian side. Yeah. All right, and here this is an interesting story. This house is become one of the tourist spot because it says that this house have two what you call two states. Okay, the kitchen is located in Malaysian side, while the living room is Indonesian side. So it's become this tourist spot because they say that there is one houses divided to two sovereignty. But actually it's not really because there is a lot of story behind it, but I don't have much time to explain it. And this is a new border stones that been built, okay, by both Malaysia and Indonesia. Yeah. And who is the Bugis? Who is the Bugis? The Bugis community in the borderland and the Pusa as a social solidarity, which is what we say, the cultural that tied between the Bugis, either they are Malaysian Bugis or Indonesian Bugis. Okay, the Bugis people are known for their migration culture. They are transnational migrant community because the Bugis people is migrated originally from South Sulawesi Island, Indonesia. They come to Borneo Island and come to Sabah. Okay, as most of them is a migrant that become a migrant workers before. Okay, enter during 70s and 80s. The group primarily work and live in Sabah, especially around Tawau. There are a few of them who have obtained Malaysian citizenship status, allow them to stay in the area, which is a Malaysian area. Meanwhile, some of them directly migrated from their homeland in South Sulawesi. Okay, so from that, they are managed to develop the new identity of migrant identity, and since they are living in the borderland area, they have their own border identities over there. Okay, I may skip this. Okay, what is Pusa? Pusa means pain, or in the sense of its cultural, compassionate, human, caring, and helpful, which is Christian Paulus explains that Pusa, or in more complete terms, means Pusa Babua, which is in the Bugis language, means the same feeling as the pain of others. This feeling is expressed as empathy for neighbors, relatives, or fellow members of social groups. Okay, this situation symbolizes solidarity, especially for those who were experiencing hardship, misery, grief, suffering, illness, or receiving disaster. Okay, accordingly, Pusa is said to be closely related to the identity of a group, as this value binds the members of the group. In the context of Bugis community, especially the seafarers, because the Bugis is very known for their activities as a seafarers, and the region's inhabitants, the value of the Pusa underlying the feeling of being a Bugis, fellow of Bugis. Therefore, there is a Bugis word saying that ia simpugiku rikua dinara sirina engkau mesa mesa pesatna, which means even though my fellow Bugis did not bear the honor on me, but at least they must be feeling of pesat to me, which is they have some kinds of belonging, or the emotional sentiment of being a Buginese. We have to really help each other, especially those that really need help. Most of them is the migrants, or if they just arrive at the area, especially when they are being the migrant, yeah. So the identity and livelihood strategies, the Buginese main activities, economic activities in the borderland were traders, farmers, and fishers, while social activities involve sending children to school, getting healthcare, basic facilities. Both economic and social activities are facilitated by the ethnic identity as a Buginese. All right, this is collections of photos. If you look at the bananas here, the bananas is planted in Indonesian side, but they will sell it in Malaysian side. And this, we call that we used to cook, the gas, we call it here, is actually coming from Malaysian side, and they bring to Indonesia. Actually, this kind of activity is not really illegal, but this is what it is in the borderland area. They know they have those kind of strategies how they can bring the what we call the product to Indonesia, and bring out the product from Indonesia to sell it to Malaysian side. Yeah? And this is the area of Malaysian's mainland called Tawau. So the small boat from the borderland area, from the island, will arrive around 6 o'clock in the morning and look at all the Tawau people in the mainland is waiting for the boat since 5:30 o'clock in the morning. Because there is a lot of goods will be sold, especially the vegetables, the fruits coming from the island, and the island is from the Indonesian side. And if you look at here,
One more minute if possible, yeah.
Okay, then I will. Okay. I will Korean. Okay. Okay. About this is about the strategy, how they do that. I can like it. They will help their what we call their comrades, the ethnic and the Buginese comrades. For instance, if the Indonesians Buginese doesn't have much money to afford for the land, the Malaysian Buginese will allow the Indonesian Buginese to utilize the land because in the name of we are the same ethnic identity. We are not others. We are the same, which is explain the personal value underlying. Okay, in terms of the land, utilizations and rental. Same goes with the mobility strategies across the borders. Use the identity of Malaysian citizenship. Okay, the Buginese community, since they are coming from Indonesia, and then already managed to get the Malaysian citizenship, but they keep their Indonesian citizens. So they have dual nationality, dual citizenship. Use that as a kind of a strategy for survival, living at the borderland. Yeah. I conclude. Yes, I conclude. Okay. So as the conclusions, the study shows that the national identity of the community merely manifested symbolically towards Malaysian and Indonesian citizenship, whereas Buginese ties of solidarity that is based on the value of person, the spirit of loyal friendship and empathy, transcend the border obstacles of politics and geography. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramla.
Okay.
Apologize again for the tightness of time. If you can unshare the screen. I want to say two things. One, we're really talking about indigenous people here. In the next plenary session in this room will be about bordering and indigenous people. I think yours was a very good introduction for that. Of course, a totally different logic of territory that uses national identity as another layer in something that is much more profound. Secondly, I want to refer people to James Scott's classical book, The Art of Not Being Governed, where the book is also part of the people of Malaysia and Indonesia that he studied about territories in the world that should escape the purview of the national state. So that was very good connection, Ramla. Thank you very much. We're moving now quite fast to the last speaker, Karlampo Savdalolov. I'm sorry that probably I made a mistake, but you would tell us about refugees and housing. And we're very much looking forward to it. You've got 17 minutes, and then we'll have a few more minutes for questions and answers if people have. Please, the stage is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning from Greece, from Thessaloniki. Give me a second to share my screen. Savdaroglu, yes.
Okay, we can see it. Very good.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm going to present a part of my research. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the European Union Horizon program, Reroute Arrival Infrastructures as Sites of Integration for Recent Newcomers. This will be I will try to be very brief to present a story of a street with wall houses in Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is the second largest city in Greece, and this story concerns somehow subverts the concept of wall as defense infrastructure to infrastructure of as a housing infrastructure, as an entrance infrastructure for newcomers. The so-called wall houses or kastroplikta in Greek are small houses built by Greek refugees who arrived in Thessaloniki from Turkey after the defeat of the Greek army in Asia Minor War in 1922. Many of these buildings are adjacent to or use part of the medieval Byzantine city walls as part of the building. So these wall houses are connected with the identity, the memories, and the physiognomy, if you like, of the old part of the town of Thessaloniki. However, the city authorities have for long been planning to demolish about 900 buildings along the city walls to create a green zone. So due to the reactions of the residents, the demolition and gentrification plan started to be implemented after 2010. However, many of these houses, many of the old houses have been demolished. However, several remaining buildings are occupied by new refugees from Middle East and Africa who arrived in Thessaloniki since 2015. So the new refugees refused to stay in the isolated state-run refugee camps on the outskirts of the city, and claiming their right to the city, transformed the wall houses, the old kastroplikta buildings, to collective housing commons. So I think that very briefly, it's very useful to keep in mind some theoretical approaches like the right to the city, the famous Lefebvrean work from end of 60s, when he proposed the right to the city as a superior right that not only concerned the citizens, but he also tried to destabilize the concept of citizenship. So he talked about ethnic groups that are marginalized and are living in segregated areas around Paris. For him, these kind of groups are the non-participants, the non-integrated, who survive among the fragments of a possible society excluded from the city. So he proposed as the right to the city a superior right that it is included the rights to education, to housing, to health, to work, and all the rights that several social movements claimed in that time. Also, I think it's very interesting the concept of commoning and the rich discussion about commons that especially the last decades especially from autonomous Marxist scholars, they emphasized the verbal form of commons, the so-called commoning. So, for instance, they are saying that there are no commons without the insistent activities of commoning, and line above clarifies and claims that commoning is independent of the state, is independent also of the temporality of the law and the state. So here, of course, it's very close, the autonomous migration approach, which offers, we can say, the lenses to conceptualize the so-called mobile commons of moving population. So many scholars, they have emphasized or criticized and attempt to dethrone the structural approaches that concern refugees as only passive recipients of state policies or humanitarian NGO activities. So in contrast to the victimization and the paternalistic approach of institutional policies, the autonomy of migration proponents highlight refugees' subjectivities and their creative capacity to contest physical and social borders policies and form mobile commons that are based on shared knowledge, affective cooperation, mutual support, and care between migrants. So the area of wall houses was, you can see an empty area in the early 20th century. And in that time, Thessaloniki was the second biggest city, the biggest maybe city in the Balkan Peninsula in the Ottoman Empire. And it was a multi-ethnicity, multi-religion city. The half of the population was Jewish, and a lot of course, Muslims and Christians were the minority. However, after the occupation of the city of the Greek army and the exchange of population between Greece and Turkey, the Muslims moved to Turkey and new Christian refugees arrived from Minor Asia. However, a very important point was a fire that was burned actually the 70% of the city center. And you can see here these two maps that mainly the Jewish areas were totally burned down, and only the upper town was remained. So in this area here was the Muslim community, which was relocated to Turkey, and newcomers from Christians from Turkey arrived in Greece, and they they inhabited this area. So this was the only area that remained from the Ottoman city. After that, there was a famous urban plan from a French urban planner, Ernesto Ebrard, but still the upper town remained as it was during the Ottoman period. So the newcomers were much more than the old Muslim community. So they built the empty plots of land around the upper town, and also they built houses also across the walls. Actually, the poorest refugees built makeshift houses across the wall. Here you can see some pictures from 70s, from 30s, 40s, and 50s. Houses next to the wall, somehow they saved one wall. It was the wall, the defense wall of the old city. However, today many of these buildings are demolished, and it is starting the creation of a green zone across the old Byzantine walls. There was a bigger many we can see many struggles of local residents against the demolition of the wall houses. Here we can see, for instance, a label that subverts the logo of Thessaloniki, cultural capital of Europe in '97, when there was started the demolition of the wall houses. However, the interesting thing is that today that almost more than 1 million newcomers crossed Greece from Turkey to Central and North Europe. Many of them are living or are trapped in Greece, and Thessaloniki, as the second largest city, today has a population of almost 15 to 20,000 newcomers from Middle East and Africa. The Greek state organized a massive project of state-run camps outside of the city. However, many of the newcomers, they denied, they refused to live in state-run camps, and they tried to organize their lives in the city center, and many of them reoccupied the old wall houses, the remained wall houses in the old town of Thessaloniki. Here you can see. However, this area, as you can probably imagine, because it's the oldest part of the city, it's also very touristic. The Airbnbification, if you like, and touristification of the old town is omnipresent, and there is you can say, an ongoing struggle who has the right to the old city. I have to conclude to keep some minutes for a discussion, maybe. So we can say that I would like just to mention the words of a newcomer who is a squatter in one of these houses. Once some workers repairing the walls saw me and asked me, "Who are you? Do you live here in these abandoned buildings?" I told them, "I don't have much money to rent a house elsewhere. That's why I'm living here." They kept pressuring me. They said, "We will call the police." They were trying to scare me. I told them, "Look, I'm from Palestine. I study, I know English, and yes, I live here. This is my neighborhood. Everyone here knows me. I repair the house in the same way you maintain the walls. So I have maintained this house that was built by refugees a century ago, and now it is in danger of collapsing. I have preserved it. I have saved it, so I belong here. I am a refugee too, and I want to stay in this house built by refugees." I continue telling them that this neighborhood is a refugee neighborhood and has accepted me. Why would you want to call the police? So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that was another angle. And the way the houses are in the wall houses, it gives another meaning to a wall.
Exactly.
Virpi, the Finnish government is building a wall to deter. And in Saloniki, the wall is actually to accommodate. So we also have to rethink perhaps the meaning of walls or walling, like border and bordering, that they have two faces, Janus faces. It's quite rare that walls become accommodating, but you give us another angle, which is very interesting. And of course, we see that in a cycle of 100 years. I mean, what they used to call population exchange, was basically ethnic cleansing of Greeks and Turks, although it was mutual. That was about 100 years ago, and now we have another wave of refugees reminding us that nothing is ever stable, and we have to reassess and learn the geography of refugees every period, time and again. So let's have 2 or 3 questions to the speakers online. If anybody has a question, we can stay 5 minutes into the break. Yes, if Hester, please.
Yes, a question to Virpi.
Please speak loudly, because I'm not sure they hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
To whom?
To Virpi, the first speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is Virpi still with us?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you.
You mentioned that the embodied experience for yourself and for residents and the sense of place changed over the last 2 years, and I was wondering if you can share how it changed. I mean, how it's different, that the body experience on the border.
Okay, quick answer.
Yeah, I don't think I can give a quick answer, and but I see it as a connection, that there is a connection between the material space and and what we observe in the material space, also with the political context and the meanings we associate with the space, and what is happening, what is taking place. So everything is connected, and in that sense, that really affects the way that one experiences the border cities and also the sense of place. And in the interviews that I couldn't go into, it actually has to do very much with the fact that this borderland and has given livelihood for these people, and now that it's not, they are not able to get the livelihood and they are not able to have the lifestyle that they had, it is like a really tragic event for them, and that's why their sense of place is changing. So that's a quick answer. I hope it was.
Yeah, no, very good. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, perhaps I'll say a couple of concluding sentences. What I've learned from it, thank you very much for all the speakers, was very rich. And I think all these speakers were really exposing and illuminating angles that challenge the ideal of the territory, nation, law overlapping. And of course, when we look epistemologically, when we look from these kind of challenges, from the periphery, from the what's supposed to be unusual or other into the center, we see a lot of the fault lines of a system that is accepted and is hegemonic about sovereignty and borders and mobility. And I think it's imperative among us to continue and do that, because the system is being challenged further and further. And the walls that are being erected, like in Finland or Hungary or Israel, are just a testimony that the system is under challenge. And those kind of case studies and angles that you brought, some of it even very poetic, like the Bugis or the Finnish people, and some of it more political, like the Greater Hungary or the Belarus, Polish sovereignties, are all, I think, very good in illuminating the changes in the system that we have to accommodate, understand, and maybe push forward in terms of the pursuit for a better world. So I wouldn't quite say borderless world, because borders are with human society forever, but let's say kinder and more democratic borders. So thank you very, very much. We had a good, loyal audience here, very good speakers, and we hope to see you at 11:30 with the plenary about indigenous people.
May I say 2 words, Oren?
Okay, very quickly.
No. I want to thank all of you, and especially for the photos by Ramla Binti. And I'm going to use the photo of the small river separating 2 states in my presentation, because it is one of the best example of how the borders, separating borders, are a mental construction above the low level of the ordinary life of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you Fabrizio, absolutely. Good conclusion. Yeah, it's all in our mind.
How are you?
Thank you. And you after session is the end of the photo
Yes,
session? Okay.
yeah. Were you there?
No, I don't like it.
Yeah. I don't think, there was so many of us and I was so far in the back, I don't even think it makes a difference, yeah. I think for David, the most important is that he could show that so many people
Yeah.
arrived, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So if it's the end, I can go down.
Yeah, there you go. Mm.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Daly.
Hi. Hi, I'm the first one.
Yes,
Hi.
nice, nice,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Sarab.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think you're set
it's
to
a
go.
radical
Yeah,
topic.
Yeah.
One of the challenging topics.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we have to talk about it. You
Yeah.
can't just speak it.
So I think the order is you and then
No.
me?
No,
me
No,
and
I'm
then.
the third, the second
The
or the
third.
third one. I think.
Okay.
Okay. It's here just to make it easier for me.
Francisco said that he would go according to the program.
Yes.
And I can't remember what the program says, but I think it
Okay.
was me and then you and then
Listen,
this
here
corn
is the
tassel.
program. Scan it. Just, it has to be scanned. But we have enough time and it's really. Put it on. So you're reading or presenting?
I have a PowerPoint and
Yeah.
it's kind of a combination of
Okay, me too, yeah.
referring to the images, but
Mhm.
then some
Yeah.
text, yeah. And do you recall how much time they?
20 minutes, I think,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that, but we have enough.
Yeah, that's what I figured,
enough
20
time,
minutes and then some discussion.
Session, there is no, okay. Indigenous people and territory. It's you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and then me, and then. Mhm. You know, it's the same as the Bedouins, the indigenous Bedouins, the link between tribe and territory. This is really interesting.
Hello. There are two parallel plenary sessions going on now. One will be in Turner and one will be in room 208, because of virtual participation. 208 only has 50 places, so if you want to have Indigenous peoples, I suggest you go quickly. And the one in the auditorium is about representations.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Francisco Lara.
Hi, nice to meet you, Sarah.
Awesome. So you put in
Yes.
the PowerPoints on the,
Mine is already here.
oh, sorry, there, okay.
Oh, did you,
I copied the presentation in the first right.
okay,
Right.
okay.
It's like their seats. Yeah, sure does. Hello. Hi.
Let's see. So right here. Your presentation.
No, it's still on.
Still.
Yeah, I haven't even,
Different system here.
Yeah. I'm not sure where
Here,
you,
what-
where you
let-
put
let
it.
me- let me-
Yeah,
let me use meeting planner. This is not-
yeah, it's very, I think you tap it, yeah.
So this is your presentation. Copy it, what do you put the rest, the other one? No, this
I
one.
have no idea.
This one. Sure. This is Sarah presentation. This one right here.
It's like, maybe if we go,
We're going to the stop now, we're here. Got this. This is showing the.
yeah, now double,
And then
if you
there-
double click, I think if you double click mine.
Which is one
Yeah.
here. See, it's coming, yes.
Do you know how to make the image, the full screen and not the next slide?
No, the next slide.
Yeah.
I prefer that, and we
Yeah.
really need to eliminate the presentation mode. So we
Yeah,
want
perfect, perfect, thank you.
We want to.
part.
No, Sarah pulled it up on her phone, and the order was myself, and then Sarah, and then Jim Corncastle.
Okay.
Yeah, so you were right about
The
the
order.
order. Mhm.
Okay. I think that it's time to begin our mini plenary session. My name is Francisco Lara, and I am the moderator of the session. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm sure we're going to have a very exciting session with very interesting presentation and intense discussion or conversation at the end. Welcome, everybody. We have 1 hour and a half, and we have 3 presentations. We're going to start with the presentation by Dali Sambold-Grob from the University of Alaska. And then we're moving to Sarah Babu Rabia with the Ben Gurion University. And finally, we're going to have a Zoom presentation by Jeff Garno Halidu Cortazo. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing, I'm trying my best. So those are the 3 presentations that we have today. What we're going to do is to give each of the presenters 20 minutes. So we use the first hour for presentations, and then the last 30 minutes of the session for questions and conversation. So we are starting with Indigenous Peoples and Territory, Misalignment and Reality by Dali Sambold-Grob from the University of Alaska. 20 minutes.
Okay, Diana, thank you very much. Allow me first of all to express my thanks and gratitude to Professors David Newman, Heather Nickel, and in particular, Emmanuel Grenade-Jadi and the financial support that he provided through University of Victoria to allow me to join you here today to share with you my remarks. So it will be a combination of my PowerPoint presentation and some written remarks so I don't get distracted and come within the 20 minutes that we've been allotted. I'm an Inuk from Alaska. I don't do borderland studies. I just came from the session on border culture and found that quite illuminating. So I'm going to speak to you really as a subject of border culture. And by that, I mean the perspectives of my own people and the borders that have been imposed upon us. This is a map that illustrates our traditional environment, our traditional territory, spreading from Chukotka in the Russian Far East, across Alaska, throughout all of Canada and Greenland. You can tell that we occupy a vast territory in the circumpolar Arctic world. And obviously, our people, approximately 180,000 of them, inhabit Russia, United States, Canada, and Greenland / Denmark. This is significant. In the earliest days, Eben Hobson, the founder of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, the international indigenous peoples organization of our people, sought funding to bring our people together across the imposed national boundaries. And in the funding application, he stated some very important things. We, Eskimo, are an international community sharing common language, culture, and a common land along the Arctic coast of Siberia, Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. Although not a nation state, as a people, we do constitute a nation. If you think about that in terms of borders, this is quite significant in and of itself. But he continued in this proposal. This is important not because nationalism solves problems, we know otherwise, right? But because our common nationality is the basis of our present attempt to find solutions to our common age-old problem of survival. Our communities are old. Point Hope, for instance, is a village in which our people have lived for over 3,000 years. But national boundaries imply concepts which have had no place in our society, where sharing is a large part of our secret of survival in the Arctic. For thousands of years, we were people without national boundaries. Rather, we were people of our land, cold and dark most of the time, and other people did not covet our lands. We know things are dramatically different today. Fortunately, Hobson was successful in raising the funding to bring our people, our direct blood relations from Chukotka, Alaska, Canada, and Greenland together. Unfortunately, at the opening conference, in his welcoming address, he noted that geostrategic and geopolitical issues have stifled the participation of our direct blood relations, the Siberian Yupik in Chukotka. One of the four flags across the Arctic is badly missed today. But at least in Denmark, Canada, and the United States, it's generally agreed that we enjoy certain Aboriginal rights. And as Indigenous peoples of the Arctic, it's crucial for the status of these rights to be uniformly respected. And to secure this agreement, we have to organize, unite, and negotiate for it. And that it's necessary to ensure successful protection of our mutual Arctic environmental security. So the Inuit Circumpolar Council was formed in June of 1977. This in and of itself is significant because today, every other country on Earth, far from the Arctic, seem to be busy writing Arctic security strategies, Arctic policies. Well, I have to say, as the Inuit Circumpolar Council, we were the first to put forward the objective of developing an Arctic policy, and this is in the 1970s. At the conference in June of 1977 in our northernmost community of Utqiagvik in Alaska, delegates adopted Resolution 7713 among many others. Whereas we Inuit are the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, and we have freely visited and traded back and forth across our homelands for thousands of years, thus establishing our Aboriginal rights to free and unrestricted travel and trading all across the Arctic. Be it resolved that the delegates assembled at the first ICC call upon the governments of Canada, the United States, and Denmark to negotiate an agreement that will protect for all Inuit the right to unrestricted trade and travel. This objective remains central to the work of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. Clearly, that objective is sourced in the right of self-determination. All peoples have the right of self-determination. I was fortunate to be involved in the negotiation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That human rights standard setting exercise took place from 1982 until it was finally adopted 25 years later by the UN General Assembly in September 2007. Article 3 of the UN Declaration affirms the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination. This language is the same language that can be found in Article 1 of the International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. My main point here is that the right affirmed in the UN Declaration is exactly the same and full right as recognized in international law that attaches to all peoples, including Indigenous peoples. Here, the preambular paragraph of the UN Declaration says some important things about the right of self-determination being inherent or pre-existing. And for our purposes, it's necessary to ensure that this right, which derives from our political, economic, and social structures and from our cultures, spiritual traditions, histories, and philosophies, that they also attach to our rights to lands, territories, and resources. I could give you a full lecture on the content of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but time doesn't permit that. The main point here is that these rights are inherent or pre-existing in our legal status as Indigenous peoples. They're not given by others. And in fact, they were pre-existing well before the national borders that have been imposed on the homelands by the states that have grown up and around us. In order to safeguard this expression of the right of self-determination, we had to negotiate over that 25-year period with governments who found it indigestible to attach the right of self-determination as understood in international law to us as Indigenous peoples. The United States was running around like the sky was falling. I mean, it was a difficult and challenging negotiation. So we invoked the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. We weren't even parties to the CERD Convention. It's one of the few international human rights instruments that includes a definition of its subject matter. Here, it's important to note that any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, which has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, or any other field of public life is prohibited. It's essentially, this is the norm as established by CERD. The UN Declaration includes important balancing provisions. Article 1 takes into account our distinct cultural context by recognizing our collective rights. Of course, we all have individual human rights. Every one of us in this room enjoys, should enjoy individual human rights. But it's notable that the collective rights of Indigenous peoples is underscored. Article 2 reinforces that we have the right to be free from any kind of discrimination. Think about that again in the context of our right of self-determination. For those of you familiar with public international law, you may be aware that there are peremptory norms in international law. The prohibition against racial discrimination is one of those peremptory norms. You're familiar with genocide, you're familiar with slavery, you're familiar with other peremptory norms, again, or jus cogens. And here, we brought the argument forward as Inuit to say that we won't tolerate racial discrimination in the context of the drafting of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and especially in relation to the exercise and enjoyment of our right of self-determination. I could go into this, and in fact, I was hoping that Marcelos and the other colleague that spoke about public international law the other day would entertain a debate about this particular issue, but I'll set that aside. States also tried to use Article 4 to stifle or diminish the right of self-determination and its attachments to Indigenous peoples. One trick they tried was just taking this article and moving it closer up to Article 3, thinking that, okay, we can affirm the right of self-determination, but let's say it only applies to internal and local affairs. Come on, we're brighter than that. It didn't work. Of course we have the right of self-government, the right to autonomy. We've been exercising measures of social control within our own societies and with our own protocols long before nation states emerged, right? I mean, never mind 1648 and the Peace of Westphalia, we were doing this for centuries. So it was a kind of a dubious trick that they were trying to play in this regard. And of course, it was shut down fairly immediately. And seemed logical. Article 3 affirms our right of self-determination. Article 4 affirms our right to autonomy and self-government. One of the other arguments we made to counter this is that we're both domestic actors as well as international actors. I know we have our own measures and means for local control and the business of our internal affairs, but at the same time, we're international subjects. We got busy and we're engaged in UN, the Organization of American States, the International Labor Organization. We're busy within the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Everyone knows here about the impacts that we're seeing across the Arctic and our traditional territories because of climate change. We're involved in the International Maritime Organization because of our reliance upon the marine environment. We're one of the few Indigenous peoples organizations, in fact, the only one involved in the negotiations of the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement that involves 10 different states, including the 5 Arctic littoral states. Turning to borders, Article 36 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples addresses borders, indicating Indigenous peoples, in particular those divided by international borders, have the right to maintain and develop contacts, relations, and cooperation, including activities for spiritual, cultural, political, economic, and social purposes with their own members as well as other peoples across borders. This is huge. It's significant that states have an obligation to work in consultation and collaboration with us to realize the implementation of this particular right. Allow me to point out quickly that the same right is reflected in the ILO Convention number 169 on Indigenous and Tribal Peoples. This is the only legally binding international instrument specifically addressing Indigenous people. Unfortunately, only 22 states have ratified the instrument, but it's also important to know that the United Nations itself has recognized this convention as mutually reinforcing and complementary. Also, the Organization of American States has adopted the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and it too is mutually reinforcing and complementary. So this trilogy of international indigenous human rights instruments is quite significant, and all of them again address the issue of borders. Maybe I'll do one full commentary on the principle of territorial integrity. This was used also by UN member states to try to stifle and diminish the right of indigenous peoples to self-determination. Essentially, in terms of the international legal order, states were trying to confine us to their prescriptive elements of exercising autonomy and self-government by using the principle of territorial integrity. And I simply want to say on this point, and we could have an entire semester on just this issue alone, right? If you think about it against the backdrop of borders, I just want to say that the principle of territorial integrity is a state-to-state obligation. It does not affect groups, peoples, or persons. And the state attempt to diminish our right of self-determination can be found in Article 46 of the UN Declaration. So now there's a lot of concern about how this ambiguity of the insertion of the terms group, people, or persons in a principle that is long-standing that states can invoke at any point in time. And of course, we weren't involved in any of that negotiation. That was state-to-state business, and it remains state-to-state business. What about the integrity of our traditional territories? This is key. This is essential. And if we think about the objectives of the Inuit Circumpolar Council to transcend all the borders that have been imposed in order to safeguard our own security, our own territorial integrity. And here I want to just point out the misalignments that have emerged, the geopolitical dimensions. The present Russia-Ukraine conflict has put a wedge between our communications with our own membership in Jakarta and their communication to the rest of the Inuit world. There are numerous environmental threats that need to be addressed, but we have the uneven treatment and behavior of even the 5 Arctic states in relation to climate change, in relation to, and this is really important because all of these rights are interrelated, interdependent, interconnected, and indivisible. So if you start messing around with one set of rights or cluster of rights, it has impacts on all others. So state behavior on climate change is going to impact our food security and our food sovereignty. Economic forces. This is another huge area that I believe there is extraordinary misalignment. The behavior of especially the Arctic states, look at what Russia is doing just in terms of development along their entire Arctic coastline, and all the other social considerations, whether it's infrastructure deficit, the delivery of health, the delivery of education. There's so many areas where there is misalignment. But I want to point out, and I'm just going to skip through this slide because I have only a minute left. We've made extraordinary advances utilizing these human rights instruments. I want to point out the Hans Island Agreement, one of the most recent boundary agreements. In fact, it's hot off the press, basically. And it's significant that between Canada and Denmark, over this area of the Lincoln Sea, that they've also agreed upon our continued access to and freedom of movement on the entirety of the area, including hunting, fishing, and related cultural, traditional, and other activities. So this freedom of movement that we identified in 1977 has actually been crystallized in this particular agreement. Another project that we're involved in is Sabajuak, or the Pikyala-Suisuak. It's an area between Canada and Denmark that has many of the same features. Essentially, we want to ensure Inuit ownership, control, and management of this area, which we've traditionally occupied and utilized for survival, that age-old problem that Evan Hobson spoke of. One of the key features of this project is freedom of movement and travel by Inuit between Canada and Denmark. And there is an appetite on the part of governments to embrace that particular provision. We have an opportunity now with this current government of Canada to align the objectives of the UN Declaration with Canada's National Immigration and Refugee Protection Act policy. Those of you from Canada are aware that this current government is committed to realizing the rights that have been affirmed in the UN Declaration. So I've run through this quickly, but obviously these international human rights instruments are significant. We have spent our time influencing the content of these international human rights instruments, but now we're trying to breathe life into them to ensure implementation consistent with and aligned with our own worldviews and perspectives. It's been recognized, the UN Declaration, as well as these other international human rights instruments that speak specifically to Indigenous peoples, as one of the most astonishing developments in the history of modern international human rights law. I couldn't agree more. And thankfully, there is a constant progressive development of international law. And we're going to be around long enough to continue influencing this dynamic in order to ensure that we can achieve that objective of freedom of movement across our traditional territory and everything embedded in our cultural identity. Diana, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it was really illuminating and thank you for bringing this topic to the association. I mean, there are a lot of things that we can learn from this. So just to continue and optimize our time, I'm going to ask Sarah Babu Rabia to present her work on epistemology of surveillance, Palestinian indigenous researchers in Israel academia. 20 minutes.
Sorry, the two people online are able to watch only to not directly the screen. Is it possible to do something?
We don't know.
You can do share screen for everybody.
I just shared screen.
For everybody. Maybe I'll get
Maybe add the slideshow.
Now?
Now.
No.
On the security.
Good. There you go.
Because you have the security camera. Yeah. Okay. Zoom. The Zoom is not open at all?
Yes, the other one is.
No.
Click on the picture, not on this. Click on the picture. Put it full screen, the picture.
Then you need the technician, but I don't want to get out.
Yeah, that's right.
No, make it bigger. The
Camera is off. No, but you need the
share.
You need the share screen.
Share screen over there.
No, but you need on the security. Yes. And then it's to share screen. Then now everybody can share the screen. Okay, that's it. Now you can go to.
All right.
I'll just make sure with them that they can see it online.
Are you?
No. It's the same like in the previous time. We see the room, but not directly the presentation.
You still have to share the screen. Actually,
Yeah, I'll share the screen with everybody.
Okay, if it is a problem.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you can just press share.
Yeah, I think if you do, yes, and then you choose.
Can you see it now?
Yeah,
Great, wonderful.
Yeah.
Good.
yes, thank you very much.
Right?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, I didn't realize I knew until I
Yeah,
started.
it's all. Thank you, Emmanuel. All right, we're ready.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Didn't realize it was not. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Baburbeak Weder. I am a sociologist of education myself. I'm indigenous subject of my studies as well. And Palestinian, indigenous, Bedouin from Israel. And the topic that I choose, it is actually a very challenging topic that we rarely discuss in the academia, at least in the Israeli academia. So I'm really thankful for the invitation to present this challenging topic to become more visible. Epistemology of surveillance, it was published by the Sociology of Education last year. I will talk about the epistemology of surveillance among Palestinian researchers in Israeli academia. My argument here is that it explores the hidden racialized mechanisms of surveillance in the field of knowledge production experienced among Palestinian researchers in Israeli academia. I argue that gatekeepers of Israeli academia seek to eliminate the indigenous epistemology through mechanisms of hidden surveillance used to control them as colonized subjects, unable to challenge the Zionist ideology that is an essential aspect of Israeli academia. The current paper aims to unpack these invisible mechanisms of surveillance, which are part of the broader colonial apparatus aiming to maintain not only territorial sovereignty, but also epistemological sovereignty. I will use three bodies of literature: settler colonialism and surveillance, coloniality of knowledge, and the colonial apparatus of Israeli academia. Regarding settler colonialism and mechanisms of surveillance, settler colonialism has been defined as a structure directed toward establishing sovereignty and property rights over lands and territory through the logic of eliminating the natives. This objective is achieved through deploying tools of biopolitics aimed at the administration and regulation of the population as individuals and collectives. This includes practices of correction, exclusion, normalization, disciplining, selection, and elimination. Foucault refers to three meanings of biopower: sovereign power, indirect forms of violence, and discipline mechanisms, a series of techniques by which the body's operation can be controlled, and I will exemplify it through my research. The aim of discipline mechanism is to achieve more efficient forms of discipline, one that reaches the soul, to control the personality and the consciousness, facilitating new possibilities for punishment. Surveillance in Israel-Palestine, it aims to secure the support of the Israeli regime and to preserve the dominance over the entire territory in dispute. I refer here to two concepts: normalizing surveillance, which aims to normalize colonization and domination, and exclusionary surveillance that uses power knowledge technologies as means of exclusion. It does not include corrective normalizing features, and it contains no right behavior, rather the opposite. Those apparatuses are intended to make their subject fail so as to prove their inability to be included, making it nearly impossible for the controlled population to behave correctly. The third is the coloniality of knowledge. It's a form of surveilling and controlling indigenous and non-white minorities, a mechanism for facilitating the expansion of the colonial body over the rest of the world. It reproduces the imperial project of modernity through the organization and dissemination of epistemic material and aesthetic resources. Coloniality of knowledge justifies itself through the coloniality of being. This epistemic strategy is founded on the continuous production and dehumanized subjectivities grounded in racialized notions of native indolence, immorality, and savagery. The coloniality of knowledge has three mechanisms: epistemicide, the colonizer kills and displays pre-existing knowledge; ontological exclusion, whereby the Black or native in the eyes of the conqueror has no valuable ontology; and co-opting, by denying the colonized access to the dominant knowledge, Western knowledge becomes desirable. This hierarchy of knowledge is manifested by the paradigm of desirable European knowledge and irrelevant and illegitimate Eastern knowledge. Coloniality of knowledge and the universities. Universities or the academia in general, they are bearers of the colonial knowledge and coloniality. By legitimizing particular forms of knowledge and ontologies, universities are deeply implicated in coloniality. They were part of the parcel of the colonial project knowledge production. It is a canon, disregarded other epistemic traditions. It is a canon that tries to portray colonialism as a normal form of social relations between human beings rather than as a system of exploitation and oppression. Decolonizing the university, Rayanne Olofsson argues in this regard that in order to decolonize the universities, there is a need to decolonize the mind. Decolonization of the mind is when African or indigenous researchers search and study the concepts from their own perspective and not from the Western perspective. The coloniality of the knowledge focuses on teasing out epistemological issues, politics of knowledge generation, as well as question of who generates which knowledge and for what purpose. Israeli academia has played a key role in establishing and serving the Zionist project in Palestine, Israel, both before and after the establishment of the state, working on providing it with knowledge and mechanisms that have helped in institutionalizing state control of all civil and military fields such as building, planning, settlement, as well as regarding the construction of identity and memory. Anat Matar has defined Israeli university. She asked, what is the role of the intellectual who ask for the truth? Universities in our times choose oppressive practices in the booth of liberal rhetoric. Academic freedom nowadays is the freedom for not asking disturbing questions. So, methodology. I relied on semi-structures, interviews, the total number, by the way, of the Palestinian researchers, faculty, academic faculty in all 7 Israeli universities does not pass the 3%. And I could find only those who agreed, only 15 people who agreed to be interviewed on their experience as academic in Israeli universities from the different universities, mainly from humanities, social science, and architecture. And part of them, some of them told me that they're not willing to be interviewed because they fear of being revealed. And this is also part of the findings. So the findings actually refer to unmarked forms of discipline and punishment, which refers to normalizing epistemology. And I divided the findings into 3 main themes, dividing as a tool to normalize epistemology, dividing academic knowledge into political versus apolitical, symbolic violence, and use the tenure as a tool for control. What is political versus apolitical? One of the mechanisms perpetuating colonial relations of domination is created by the binary division that classifies superior as opposed to inferior categories of knowledge. Within the framework of academia, where knowledge production is supervised, key players in the academic institution create categories that classify political knowledge containing critical terminology, posing a symbol threat to existing power relations between settler and colonized. Apolitical knowledge, on the other hand, eliminate decolonial critical language symbols and images of the colonized. Ines, a senior lecturer, says, sorry, I hardly can see anything. As long as I wrote on cultural and Ines is a woman, is a female lecturer. Here I also didn't mention some, because there are very few in all universities, I even couldn't mention what their field of study because they might be revealed. Some of them, if there are many in their own field, you will hear the field. So Ines says, as long as I wrote on cultural and patriarchal oppression, it's a wow. But the minute you start to even name Arab women as Palestinian, they start to blame you. Wait, this is political. Her work is political. She is not an academic. Here I started to experience the limitation of Israeli academia. As a researcher who studies Arab women, there is an expectation to conduct research from a cultural prism to examine the cultural problems as detached from the political situation. And when you examine those power structures, suddenly challenge them, challenge the power relations, because you put a mirror in front of those who hold the power. Essam describes the dilemma he faces in his field. I had a huge conflict about the subject of my research, the subject I want to explore. I really wanted to explore the status of minorities, the state of planning under occupation in Jerusalem, all the links between politics and planning, the things that are deep down in planning, policies, and space and politics. But after receiving some piece of advice, I turned to study sustainability, which is far from Israel, from the Palestinians, and from minorities. Symbolic violence. This is the second tool. The sanction of oppositional political knowledge is conducted through hidden messages of symbolic violence, which is manifested in the form of academic advice from senior Jewish faculty to junior Palestinian faculty. One of such pieces of advice repeated by the interviewees, and especially by the young female researchers, was that they should not write about controversial issues such as the national or the political oppression, but rather about the cultural oppression of Palestinian women. Green, a senior lecturer, says, "The dean told me, you will pay dearly. You better write on violence against women and not on political or controversial topics. And choose a subject with less trouble." Eilat, a professor of social work, we have a lot of professors into social work, also refers to the hidden messages he received from a senior faculty when he was a junior lecturer. They told me, don't write about this topic, don't participate in TV interviews, don't write in Hebrew, don't write in Arabic, don't write in political issues, don't write about problematic issues. Sanctioning the political production of knowledge is a way to guarantee domination and normalizing epistemology. Alia refers to this kind of normalizing as a mentality of a checkpoint. She says, to check you with regard to every single aspect. Tenure is another surveillance mechanism directed to keeping colonial epistemology as the norm. Foucault claims that status is another unit in the process of surveillance. Status is the place that a subject occupies within a hierarchy classification, tracing the normal and the abnormal. Saad recalls, you are always under this threat of not receiving a tenure. This threat is always in the air and is affected my writing a lot. You do not want to hurt yourself. Even if this is an academy, it is an academy that limits you. Adam, a senior faculty member, is. I mean, I could have chosen to write and publish on political issues, but then I will have to face sanctions such as non-promotion and not receiving a tenure. Okay, academic freedom. According to Foucault, these disciplinary methods create a linear time directed toward a final and stable point, which he describes as a developmental time in terms of advancement. These methods express the hidden messages that advancement in the correct direction depends on producing the right knowledge. The tenure establishment symbolizes the reward embedded within the disciplinary mechanism. It does not only punish by lowering subjects in their status, but also rewarding them through elevated rank. Ruba, a senior faculty member in the field of social science, makes a link between the academic freedom to write and to struggle and the struggle to make your voice heard as a Palestinian. He says, there is no academic freedom for marginalized groups. There is no academic freedom. It is fighting for your academic freedom, about the discourse you write, about the knowledge you produce, about the terminology you use. This is exactly the fight for academic freedom. It is part of our struggle as a minority for our position, our voice, the issues that represent us, that challenge the hegemony. They are destabilizing, of course. They are threatening, but you want this space to accept you. And finally, the result is 5 minutes. Okay, I will try. The docile researcher, the permanent subject. The success of the act of surveillance is evident in the self-discipline the Palestinian researchers impose on themselves, what Foucault calls hierarchical observation, the constant possibility of observation of someone seeing you without being seen themselves, which leads to the internalization of self-discipline. Sari, a senior researcher, recalls, it does not help. The Palestinian researcher is always the other. He will never be part of the us. The Arabic researcher is always under suspicion. You must prove every day that you did not commit any crime. Even if you did not commit any crime, you still must prove. It will not help you. It doesn't help. You always have to prove that you're innocent. Maybe it's the mentality of the oppressed. That they have to prove that they didn't commit any mistake, that they are innocent. Maybe it is required from them. It also moves to disciplining the next generation. Self-discipline is evident when it is transmitted to the next generation of potential academic Palestinian students who are supervised by senior researchers. Walid discusses the success of eliminating Palestinian terminology in order not to cause problems among his master's degree students. He quoted a definition from the Nakba. I took it out. I took out some words. I wanted him to succeed. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want anyone to criticize. What is he writing? How does he write? He is against the state. He is only a student. I had to watch him. He was supervised at first. I erased his entire identity from the thesis. I eliminated him. I trampled over him so he would be seen as be objective. I actually did it. The price of self-disciplining, Walid is able to reflect fully about this price. He said, I have harmed myself. I did some damage by not speaking freely in research. I have been trying all the time to narrow down, not to break the line, not to enter the political world. It is a mistake that you oppress your creation, oppress the power of creativity and clear academic writing, oppress the connection to what you are doing. So to summarize, I will refer to three books or three concepts from these three researchers. You can just find it. Okay. Sorry, I will read. Revealing the hidden voices of those suffering from injustice and oppression is a small part of a larger process, what de Souza describes as creating the epistemologies of the South, seeking to decolonize the Eurocentric colonial paradigm. Epistemologies of the South are concerned with the production and validation of knowledges anchored in the experience of resistance of all those social groups that have systematically suffered injustice, oppression, and destruction caused by capitalism, colonialism, and patriarchy. Knowledge production of the South cannot be separated from social and political struggle. It was born through struggle and represents the struggle. In the case at hand, the struggle is over the recognition and validation of indigenous knowledge, challenging the domination and surveillance mechanisms that work to eliminate indigenous knowledge as non-existent. This epistemicide is a colonial mechanism directed toward disempowering indigenous societies, rendering them incapable of representing their words. The goal of this epistemicide is providing a self-fulfilling colonial narrative as the only valid narrative. De Souza claims that the sociology of absence, turning absent subject into present, is a condition for validating knowledge that cannot support the reinvention of social emancipation or liberation. This duality, liberal rhetoric from outside, illiberal practices on the inside, enables the successful of the surveillance mechanism to work in the academia. The notion that enables this mechanism to remain untraceable is that we operate on the soul level, which includes the structuring of feeling and consciousness. This way, discipline and punishment remain in the private and not in the public zone. The idea of training, self-discipline, directed to creating a subject who obeys without questions, makes punishment transparent. The punishment itself is hidden, implemented through the training of the subject. As a result, it is a subject and not the sovereign who becomes seen. These unmarked forms of power benefits the academic institution in its effort to deny and hide the epistemology of surveillance enforced on the Palestinian scholars. Indeed, Foucault describes the swarming of disciplinary mechanisms to create disciplinary society, a sort of social quarantine or a mechanism of panopticism, or occupying a mentality of a checkpoint in Israeli academia. For these researchers, become a modern prison where they are observed and their knowledge is revealed. Voicing this epistemic critique by revealing the hidden mechanisms of surveillance is an act of resisting and cognitive liberation from this academic prison, and thus part of the global movement of decolonization. Thank you.
Let's move quickly to the next presentation. The next presentation is via Zoom. We have Jeff Gano-Halido from Stasel. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Very well. Let me see if I can make your presentation available. You can share your screen. There you go.
Is it
Oh,
possible
let
to
let
share?
me,
We see it online, we see it.
Yes, can you see it? Can you see it there?
We see, but the room is watching the previous one. We are.
Okay.
let me see if I can, grab it here now. Not yet.
A statement. I think I have my email from
Where is
but
it?
I put
It's over here. Mhm. All right, there you go. There you go. Yes, all right, go ahead.
There we go. Okay. Osio Negada, Jeff Gano Holido Corntassel Dagodoa, Shalagia Yete Guenasai. So hello everyone, good morning. I'm coming to you from the unceded Nisqually territory on the west coast of Turtle Island, and sorry I can't be there in person, but really appreciated the excellent presentations by my colleagues Daly and Sarab. So thank you for that. I'm also part of the 21st Century Borders project with Emmanuel, so heading up Pillar 1, and this is kind of a sample of the work that we're going to be doing over the next several years. So, you know, I think a lot of the work that we're starting with is really about Indigenous conceptions of the international and how that often differs from the countries that host us as Indigenous peoples. It's an emerging field, I would say, that has been led by people like Leanne Simpson, Manuela Peak, and some of the work by myself and others, but really building off a previous literature and previous activism by George Manuel and Postlins, their 1974 piece on the Fourth World, as well as Haudenosaunee activism, and even going back to the 1920s and Descahe and his trip to Geneva as part of the emerging field of Indigenous internationalism. And when we think about different expressions of the international, and as Daly pointed out so well, we're often viewed as domestic and international actors. In this case, I'm looking at the ways in which we're inherently international, and oftentimes that international status or that international expression is not always legible or even recognized by the state. But we also have different ways of acting on these Indigenous internationalisms through treaties, through different trade networks, through even different protocols and practices. So in this case, Kaho'olawe is an island off of the coast of Maui, and Kaho'olawe was used as a bombing range by the U.S. Navy for over 50 years. And really, it was one of the kind of focal points of the Hawaiian sovereignty movement in the 1970s in order to reclaim this territory. It was eventually reclaimed, and by the 1990s, it was put into a trust status. When we visited Kaho'olawe, we had to learn a chant in order to go onto the island. And so you can imagine we're on fishing boats. We have all of our belongings packed in plastic bags, and we have to sing this chant correctly or else we're not going to gain entry. And so singing our way onto the island becomes an important expression of Indigenous internationalism. The island itself has agency, has the final determination in terms of whether or not we're going to enter that space. This is really honoring the work of Leanne Simpson, but thinking about this as a form of nationhood or an expression of nationhood. And ultimately our self-determining authority as Indigenous peoples is rooted in those relationships that we hold so dear. It's, as Simpson points out, Anishinaabe scholar, our complex ways of relating to plant nations, animal nations, and the spiritual realm, our existence has always been inherently international, regardless of how rooted in place we are. And so I'm interested in the ways in which we express or demonstrate our inherent international kind of status as indigenous peoples. And if we think about different ways of knowing, different ways of honoring these sacred relationships, and you could think of nationhood as being at the core of this. Those interrelated aspects of our language, our land and water, our ceremonial cycles, our sacred living histories, all of those things that come together to really form the crux of our nationhood, our identity as indigenous peoples. And these are things that are grounded in those relational responsibilities. We're acting for nations and with nations. Daley has already pointed this out, so I'm not going to really belabor this, but UNDRIP and of course the DRIPA, which is the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which has gone into place in the province of BC, and then of course in 2019, and then of course the DRIPA Act that is federal as well in Canada, are attempts to grapple with how do we harmonize the principles of UNDRIP with the laws of Canada, but ultimately how are the rights of indigenous peoples in terms of being able to join and to maintain their self-determining authority, even when bisected by state borders. This early or recent hunting case that highlights or maybe gives us clues about the ways that this can be applied, especially around hunting rights. In 2010, a member of the Lakes tribe was hunting elk and shot elk in what was the boundary of British Columbia. He was arrested, and basically this brought forward a court case around whether or not indigenous rights traverse the US and Canadian border. Ultimately, the court found that there are indigenous rights, and the exercise of those rights extend into Canada, even if you're considered a US citizen, based on the Constitution, based on those principles. You can think of other ways, of course, this is a work in progress with the Nordic Sami Convention, but how the rights of Sami peoples, for example, traverse the states of Finland, Norway, and Sweden in terms of not only mobility, but also the exercise of self-determining authority to all Sami. And then there are other ways that are a little bit more subtle, if you will. These are polls, and we could think of polls as silent ambassadors, as my late colleague Tamasing Tut has called them. These are some polls that greet you at the Victoria Airport in British Columbia, but these are also important boundary markers. In a lot of cases, they effectively demarcate the territory of those nations. They also provide that living history, through the polls and through the stories that are related to those polls and their sovereign crested authority. That is, they are representative of that authority, that self-determination that's present as part of those indigenous nations. So there's a lot more going on than simply a work of art. We're actually thinking of these as my colleague Tamasing Tut referred to them as silent ambassadors. You can also think of other boundary markers, the ways that natural boundaries have been formed. This is a boundary marker in Oklahoma, where a tree has been modified, culturally modified, to point out a particular trail. And a lot of our boundaries, I'm part of the Cherokee Nation, in Oklahoma, but a lot of our boundaries point towards water, right? And so these boundary markers are another important aspect of Indigenous internationalism. They highlight the ways in which we have those relationships to place, but also the ways in which we express our boundaries, and even, in this case, thinking of boundaries as lines of stewardship, lines of responsibility, rather than lines of exclusion. These are places that are protected and honored, and they're guided by protocol and principle. You can also think about trade networks. That's an important aspect in throughout Turtle Island, and of course throughout the world, on the different ways that we express those trade networks through our economies. One of the prevalent ways was through Ulican in the northern part of Turtle Island here, and it was often referred to as the grease trail. But the grease from the Ulican fish, which you see on the left, the candlefish or the Ulican, is a prized possession, and has been traded and continues to be traded throughout these different networks. You can think of other ways that food and other items are traded as expressions of Indigenous internationalism, as expressions of our self-determining authority. We also have ways of expressing our solidarities as Indigenous peoples. This happens to be at Mauna Kea. Mauna Kea is a sacred island, or a sacred mountain, and one of the highest mountains in the world. If you actually measure it from beneath below the water, and this was basically a camp that was gathered to protect that mountain from encroachment from a proposed 30-meter telescope. This is still a work in progress, in the sense that this 30-meter telescope is still being challenged by Kanaka Maoli. But what was notable is that Kanaka Maoli, or Native Hawaiians, were not only lined up on this road to prevent any encroachment onto their territory, onto their Aina, but also all of the other Indigenous peoples that visited this territory and expressed their solidarity, often through flags. And so this is when I was there in 2020. The camp has since been disbanded, but the movement to protect this territory, to protect Mauna Kea, continues. And we can think of treaties as probably the most overt way of expressing not only our self-determining authority, but our inherent internationalism. And this is the Haltzik and Haida Treaty, which was really the first time that these two nations had signed agreements in over 50 years. And basically they signed it to protect the herring from encroachment by commercial fisheries. And so again, it was coming together to honor that relationship, that sacred relationship to herring between these two nations. Some of you may have heard about the Buffalo Treaty, or the Bison Treaty, that was signed by Blackfeet nations in 2014 across the US and Canadian border. And this was a treaty for and by the Buffalo. And Leroy Little Bear and others were the primary architects of this agreement. It started with 8 signatories, and now it has, and it's renewed each year. And now it has just about, I think it has over 50 signatories to this treaty. And this is a treaty to honor that relationship to the Buffalo, and to honor that I guess that vitally important aspect of Blackfeet culture as linked to the health and well-being of the bison. And again, this is annually, there are ceremonies to revitalize or to renew this treaty. And it's really about taking those boundaries away in the sense of erasing maybe state boundaries or going beyond the state in the sense of focusing on indigenous nationhood. And you can think about also, that states have been invited to be part of this treaty, but they have chosen not to, right? So in this case, this is a treaty centered on and for and by indigenous nations for the protection of buffalo. And finally, I'll close with just 2 more slides here, but the Giksan in British Columbia, so-called British Columbia, issued basically a declaration to protect their home territory in 2022, stating that they're inseparable from their homelands. And it was grounded in Giksan law. It's grounded in this notion that our inherent laws, the inherent laws of Giksan peoples, are really based on responsibilities to future generations. And so it's a way of decentering the state, decentering the provincial laws, and really highlighting the importance of indigenous laws being enacted on indigenous lands. And I'll close with this. This is a crest that was painted on the side of the Kwakwaka'wakw territory by Marianne Nicholson. I call it Awakening Memory, but it's actually untitled, but it's part of the landscape. And it's a way, Marianne has described this as a way to remind people from Kwakwaka'wakw that this is their territory, and it gives a cue in terms of the history, the boundaries, and the responsibilities to this place. To people that are not from this territory, it also serves as a striking visual cue to the sovereign crested authority of Kwakwaka'wakw peoples, but also as an important reminder and an important expression of indigenous internationalism. So these are there so that future generations will thrive. And these expressions are persist, and they continue to take on different forms and different meanings, but they are important as, I'd say, as the backbone of indigenous nationhood and ultimately our self-determining authority. So I'll close there. What
Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Let's go directly to the questions, comments. I mean, we had 3 excellent presentations, Lee, Ralph, and Jack. So if any of you wants to ask or comment.
Thanks very much. A great session, really. My name is Oren Yiftachel from Ben Gurion University. I'm a colleague of Professor Sarah Borabia. And for a long time, the 2 of us and a few others were trying to get indigenous people in the Middle East, especially in Israel, Palestine, to be part of what the other 2 speakers, Inuit Canadian speakers, were talking about, the great progress in international law and the UNDRIP and the rights of the indigenous people that are supposedly implemented by governments. And I want to ask the 2 Canadians, Canadian Inuit, about the lack of progress in other parts of the world. One way to ask is internationalism or solidarity of indigenous people in the face of blatant refusal of states in the Middle East, especially Egypt and Israel, to recognize any of the rights, not only recognize any of the rights, recognize that the people are indigenous. I mean, Saraba Borabia is a community that is denied even the idea that they're indigenous. There is a whole industry of people saying that the Bedouin people come from Saudi Arabia, they don't belong to their homeland, they are nomad, they will continue to roam, etc., to break the connection to the land. And of course, also in Egypt, there is a lot of tension with the Bedouin people. So what do you suggest, or what do you see as the very partial application of UNDRIP and the other convention that you mentioned in many other parts of the world and also in Africa and India, indigenous people are still suffering colonial relations. I leave it to you to comment on that kind of reality.
You want to comment on it?
Yes, thank you for underscoring the implementation gap that exists. But this broader question of identity, I have to say that in the decades that I've been involved, and maybe it's because I've been taught by elders to take the long view, that important advances have been made. One example is the Ainu and the insistence by the government of Japan to not recognize them as indigenous peoples. And they persisted. They continued to be present, to raise their voices in international venues, particularly within the UN human rights regime. And they utilize that as a strategy. I mean, if they're there physically present in their traditional clothing, sharing their own origin legends, their own stories, their own challenges from their own perspectives, it was only a matter of time that the government of Japan had to finally say, yes, the Ainu are indigenous peoples. They've made some initial first steps to recognize important elements of their land rights. It's not comprehensive, but at least it's a first step. And that, I think that that particular approach worked for them. They now have actually they've had for some time a center that focuses on all of the interrelated elements of Ainu life, the economic, social, cultural, spiritual elements of Ainu, and they utilize that center to influence policy by the government. So I think that that's one at least instructive approach, that this larger, let's just be honest, every government's a boogeyman. There's not every one of them, that not a single one of them has emerged in a way to treat indigenous peoples favorably. I mean, we could go on about the historical injustices, but I think that persistence amounts to something. And hopefully in my lifetime, we can begin to close this implementation gap. I think also examples like what is happening in Canada, the state that grew up around many Inuit, First Nations, and Métis people, is also instructive. And so when I find little gems like this, drawing it, shining the light on them as examples for other governments to undertake. I mean, yes, they're the only democracy that's active in adopting legislation that Jeff spoke of. I had a slide on it, but we didn't have time to drill into exactly what the government of Canada is doing or the province of BC is doing. But at least they're acknowledging the truth, right? And the existence of the people and acting on it. And so when you have favorable examples, positive examples to draw the attention of other governments to, that in and of itself is very powerful. I mean, something like the challenges of climate change and what Inuit have to offer in terms of our knowledge, our intricate knowledge about the Arctic. And again, illustrating the positive that you can contribute.
Thank you, David. Jeff, do you want to comment briefly?
I'll keep it very brief because Daly has already laid it out so nicely. Just to say that, there's no panacea here, but actually putting UNDRIP into legislation in countries has been, really the most effective, because we don't have a treaty other than ILO 169. But we don't have a treaty around UNDRIP. And so in the Philippines and Bolivia, it's been put into the constitutional provisions, and in Canada now it's being harmonized with Canadian law. So that's probably one of the most effective ways, and as Daly pointed out, that gives some avenue for mobilization and also avenue for change. But yeah, the change is slow, it's glacial, just as we saw with leading up to the vote on UNDRIP, in 2007. I mean, it took 25 plus years, right? So it's been very slow, and I think we do have to find different ways to mobilize together.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other question, comment? Over here. Yes, and then over there. And then Elizabeth. No, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamila Fakowska. I'm from Poland, and I very much enjoyed all the presentations. And my comment and question is to Sorab. Thank you for this really amazing presentation, very powerful examples of people working in academia and struggling with their research and the reception of their research and their person also. And I work with Roma people, and I work with Roma academics in Poland. And this discussion that you presented very much resonates with the position of Roma academics in the academia in general, not only in Poland, but Europe and worldwide, where their presence is constantly questioned, challenged, because it is challenging the dominant hegemonic perspective of Roma, which is written by non-Roma academics, which is diverted, which is distorted, and is pathologizing them, othering them constantly. So I wonder, I wonder, because you mentioned a situation when someone was called non-academic but a politician, or involving themselves in the political affairs. Exactly the same thing that as we are encountering in our research, with suggestions that people are using not the right methodology, not objective methodology, whereas ethnographic work that they are doing is called not objective. So I wonder whether you experience the same, because this is for me an exemplification of racialized methodologies and racial hierarchies imposed on Roma, where they have to use the objectified methods, which are non-suspicious, because otherwise they're gypsy tricks playing on Gajo populations, non-Roma populations. So that's my question to you, one of them. And the other one is whether you, and you don't have to answer these questions if you don't like, how is your research received among the Israeli scholars and also Palestinian societies, communities?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I actually started this study because of my own personal experience. This is what I do with academia as an indigenous, actually using the study or the research as a platform actually to voice these hidden issues. So I started from studying Bedouin women, then studying racism in the academia, and then because of my own personal experience, when I first got my position, I had a Palestinian master's student, and she studied the indigenous young movements of struggle, political movements. And when she presented her thesis in a seminar, we both were attacked by most of the scholars. So why are you using the indigenous term? Well, it is political. This is not the topic. You should be more objective.
What, in the education department?
No, before that. No, let's not mention names of departments on video. So it started really, I got very, very angry on, and then I had also some talks with my colleagues, very, very nice colleagues, but we have, so here, the one that were political is not me and my student. They were political. We used methodology. We used a theoretical, legitimate framework of settler colonialism, of using indigenous words. So yes, I decided to turn this into from a hidden topic into a visible topic that we can talk about it and put it, also into public and into the scholars, into the academic stage. And I think this is also part, if I relate to Owen's question, this is also part of a general situation regarding, or the treatment regarding the indigenous Bedouin in Israel. This is part of eliminating the native, and we see it not only in research, we see it it's a fight on narratives.
Yes.
It is a fight of narratives of who owns the land. Who is the owner of the land? Have you been there before? No, you were not. So we're trying to. There are two concepts that I like: re-indigenizing and de-indigenizing, and we see it in the narratives, in the memory, or in the curriculum, in the nature, in the names of the of the nature. So this is also part of the agenda, and the way to do it is to encounter it by research, by academic, scientific research, which is a legitimate tool in my eyes to prove that actually you exist and your narrative exists.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yes, over there.
Yeah, thank you.
Your name?
Yefeskel from Ben Gurion University. Also a question to Professor Abu-Rabia. First of all, thank you very much for extremely enlightening presentation. Bit of a follow-up with the previous question. Being a member of the group that you are researching, was there something that surprised you in your findings, something that you didn't recognize from your own experience?
Yes. Yes, there was. It's a previous topic that I studied about the paradox of the professional marginality among Bedouin women in the workplace. And the thing that was surprised me is that I thought this is a different topic. You have to read the paper so to understand the context. But I thought that I'm going to. It actually was about the integration of Bedouin women, academic Bedouin women in the labor market. And I thought that I was doing research on the second generation of Bedouin women. And then I found out that they were extended first generation. It is still a first generation, which says something about the possibilities of accessing higher education and then how to translate this capital into the workplace. But it needs more time in order to elaborate on that.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Your name? Sorry.
So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm also from the academia in Israel. And I think two things that I want to mention which are more general connection to your presentation. Firstly, nowadays in Israeli society, we become so divided also inside the Jewish society, not only between the Jewish Israeli society and the Arabian Israel society or Palestinian or whatever. So everybody become extra careful from dealing with politics. So I wonder if some of the questions that you raised and some of those limitations, I assume that they might be relevant also for Jewish Israeli scholars in many institutions today, unfortunately. Okay, so if we're talking about academic freedom, so I think if you do this research, it would be nice to check it, to do a checklist and do this to compare. And secondly, personally, I'm familiar also with Palestinian scholars which are working out of Israel in international universities. So I think it would be also interesting to check how come they have more freedom to express themselves about those issues that you just mentioned. I know specific cases that they might be biased, over-biased, to the other side. Maybe because they feel it's a good opportunity for them, to balance. So I think this is really a very important and very complex issue, but it would be good to measure it from all sides.
Okay.
And one last point.
No, I have to answer you before I forget.
Yeah, but one
because you mentioned
short point, which is general about Arabic society. In our college, I'm working in Kinneret Academic College in the north of Israel, very, very small college. Most of the students are coming from the Arabic society, and we see it in many other universities. So in general, we see much more students from the Palestinian or Arabic minority in the Israeli academia.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, you'll excuse me for my answer, okay? This conversation that your comments, it's not personal now what I'm going to do, but if I'm going to analyze it, just step out of that, zoom out, from the situation and analyze it. What was here is like a defensive comment from an Israeli scholar that here's a Palestinian scholar reflecting on the power relations. Maybe this is not what you meant, but if I analyze it, what I see here, you mentioned we have to be careful in politics. Also, non-Palestinians, also Israeli, also Jewish Israeli, people are biased or over-biased, and we have to balance. So these words actually puts or gives this knowledge, indigenous knowledge production, delegitimization. Sorry, legitimization. Thank you. The knowledge of production and start to put it, in frameworks of being political. And what my argument is that knowledge production is not a political, is not it is part of a knowledge production of who we are. So we cannot put it in a box of being political or biased or non-professional, since we are framing it also in theoretical, sociological, wider frameworks. I argue that if we examine this phenomenon among maybe Mizrahim, maybe among other people who suffer the same suffering, maybe we will find a different, the same findings. But I think the difference is that Jewish people are part of the national collective, and the Palestinian people are not part of the national collective. And I think when Oren Iftachel writes about these issues before the current government, he will not be threatened as much as I will be threatened. And I already received, threatened from the blacklist of the radical right wings policing inside academia and outside academia. This will be my answer for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have time for a last very short question. Emmanuel, please.
So I want to comment on this panel on the three papers. First of all, I want to thank you very, very much, all three, for coming. For agreeing, I want to thank Jeff, obviously, who I depend on to actually learn and to do the research work that we do. The issues that we're discussing, I think, are very deep and very, very important. We study borders. We are studying the borders of the mind when we listen to Sarah. And when we listen to Dali or to Jeff, to Dali specifically, we're looking at gatekeepers of legal international agreements that are in existence and are ignored by certain gatekeepers because they're already in place. It's not like the states do not know them. And then with Jeff, we're learning that the other, the sociology of silence cited by Sarah, that's a very important work by Da Silva. It's the idea that we are not even aware of other knowledges and other representations of borders. So with this panel, I try to basically kick into that can and try to make us think outside the box. But you can touch it, how tense it can be in Israel, for instance, what we just heard, but also how tense it is between international rulemaking, the UN and Canada, and the progressive implementation of rule of law that have been defined and discussed for 25 years and are still not, recognized, where governments basically decide that rather than legislate, they're going to use the court system because it's slower in the implementation of these international agreements, right? And then we still have a sociology of silence. When my colleague Jeff, for instance, had been working on this, Jeff has articles that have been published, and his colleagues, the people he cited, more than 10 years ago. But are these knowledge actually debated in our forums? Do you read their work? So that's the comment I wanted to raise. I think it's really important as scholars that we think outside the box, that we perceive, when I think about borders, we tend to look at borders from a state-bound perspective. I would like us to look at the states from the border people's perspective, because that's where there are hundreds of millions of people today in the world that really suffer from that supposed minority situation that they have. Yet the rule of law is there, the international agreements exist. We have found, we have agreed upon principles that are just, lost in sight. And that's actually why I'm really happy that we have put together these 3 fabulous discussions and that we have them, with us today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, we had 3 very important presentations here. We have just 1 extra minute and lunch is waiting for us. So if you want to be brief, short.
Just a short comment that I'm part of the organizing committee, and I really want to appreciate David Newman's acceptance to have indigenous topics. It wasn't a traditional topic in border studies. When we had the first meetings, it wasn't raised and persisted. Why? Exactly because, like a session, like Emmanuel said, because it challenges. It's not that it's a world that is lacking borders, it's just different appreciation, different epistemology of borders, mobile, flexible, porous. And I think it's very much epistemology of the past, but also of the future.
Absolutely.
So this is why I appreciate that the conference on board is such a traditional topic is opening itself up to this kind of discussion.
We're really happy to have
Yeah, and also I want to say that the field trip, people that go on the field trip tomorrow, which will be very much about indigenous Palestinians and Bedouins, are meeting at 10 past 2.
10 past 2 in the auditorium. You've got plenty of time, there's plenty of food for lunch, so just for a few logistical arrangements. I have to just respond to Oren and say, he says my acceptance, I know this field for many, many years, and then it's my acceptance of Emmanuel's strong pushing.
We have another comment, Elizabeth, please.
I think we need to go further on that. I'd like to tag it on. I think more than having one indigenous panel at some point and be happy about that, we should commit as scholars, as border scholars, to make sure we always get those voices heard. Just like, in Canada, we have pretty much parity between men and women, or we're trying to achieve that, I should go. We should just make sure that indigenous voices always have, at least a panel, or should be, actually, they should be everywhere, but, we should make sure and commit to that. It shouldn't be like Emmanuel or David or whoever organizes it. It should be the norm.
Yeah, because the subject matter is relevant to indigenous peoples. Every subject is relevant to indigenous peoples. And
Diana, do you want to comment?
integration, not segregation.
I think that we sometimes organize discussions in a very regional hierarchy. And I think this should be really abandoned. It's time for that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dani, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Jeff.
Wado, thank you all.
Thank you so much. I had a conversation what right do people have either visa He made the last, he did well in the US, but not international. So I'm
Hi, I can't hear anything, I'm afraid. I think you're muted, Dominica.
I know. It's not.
Okay, now there's an echo. I guess you have two computers running, do you?
I think so. And I cannot. I'm not in charge of that because none of these computers are mine. And I sound like from a
It's quite a. Oh, hi, Tanya. How are you?
I'm fine.
Nice to see you both. Beautiful view of Eilat there, I must say. What a wonderful view onto the Mediterranean we have. That's
yeah, we miss you here.
Yeah, I'm very sad that I'm not there actually. So yeah, it looks. I mean, the program looks wonderful, and the whole thing looks great. I really, it's of course impossible to be there in person because of my actual job, which they insist I do. So yeah, that's a shame. But how are you all doing? How are things?
Yeah, we are almost done. This is the last day, the last session.
Okay.
And yesterday,
I mean, I can hear. So it's just a bit of a spooky, bit of a spooky effect, huh?
Yeah. Because I cannot. What about now? Is it better
That's
now?
good. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect.
Right now I
Dominica,
cannot hear you. Yeah.
Ah, you think it's because you think it's my computer, maybe?
No. Then I'm returning. I need to come back.
Oh, hi, Mactel. How are you?
Great.
Everyone's there, huh?
I think you better ask Dominica. Yeah. There will be a guy coming. Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference if I mute. I've just noticed.
Problems if we.
I hope that's not.
I don't think we will have a lot of audience because they switched the session. Yeah. But it's mainly for us, right? So, and if no one comes, should we run and discuss? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's for us.
Yes. But I should stay formal. I will start from a trailer. But attention on phone and sunglasses, something that's what's it's so much. And then we will check how it is for Oksana because there is.
Oksana, can you please mute?
Oksana?
Okay.
Oksana, can you hear us?
Everything is already on the desktop. Oh, okay, that, yes, I put everything you see there is up on the upward here, and your is here.
It's running, so I checked already. You can also.
I cannot see Oksana. Okay, problem.
Oksana? Hi, Oksana. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
I think you have a meeting next room because I already resent some people. They are waiting for you.
Yes, we actually have an online presenter, so we're looking at, the room is not online enabled, so.
I think it's the next one.
Yes. Are you sure?
Dominica, you should have said, come in.
She's pretty big.
Yeah, but I mean, they were already since 1:30, they were looking for a room and I was fighting for the room with a crowd of them. Okay, so we are here, and then maybe I will share this on screen.
Your laptop near you?
I should put it over, I think, yes.
Okay.
Transfer info or you see there is.
Here.
All right. Thank you very much. Oksana, John Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yes. Hi, hello. Hello, everybody. So I'm very pleased that I can see you. We had a slight problem with the sound, but right now we figured out everything. I would like to welcome everybody to the second SocioBot session. SocioBot, this is an ERC project that is run by Professor Laura D. Downs at the European University Institute in Florence at the History Department and Civilization. Today we have 4 presenters who are a part of the project. In a nutshell, I'm just sharing with you the screen with the short project description. In a nutshell, the SocioBot project locates itself at the nexus of border studies and welfare studies. We aim at rewriting history of European welfare from the perspective of borderlands. And our first presenter, Oksana Winnik, she's not an official member of our project, but we are very happy that she could join us in an informal way and share her expertise. She holds her PhD in history from University of Alberta, and currently she is a researcher at the Holodomor Research and Education Consortium at the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies at University of Alberta. And within this project, she focuses on medical personnel and medical practices during the famine, during the Soviet Ukraine. Thank you. But today she will be sharing with us her findings on veterans and welfare in interwar Lviv. This is part of her upcoming book. So thank you very much, Oksana, for joining, and the floor is yours for the next 17 minutes. In 14 minutes, should I give you a sign that you have 3 minutes left? Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. I will try to share my screen. Host disabled participants screen sharing, if it's possible.
I can run it for you from here. What is it? Or is
okay,
it?
so you can. Okay, if you can't do that, I will just tell you
Then I will be doing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just give me a second. I'm opening your presentation.
Okay. It's on, yes? I can.
No, I'm sorry, I think that F5 magic didn't work. Oh, no, it works right now. Okay. And then. Okay, this is it. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, yes, you may start.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and Dominika, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm very grateful to the organizers for this opportunity, at least virtually, to present my work. And this paper is based on an article I'm preparing for the special issue on minorities. And John Paul Newman, one of our next presenters, is one of the editors of this special issue. And unfortunately, I won't be able, because of time limit, to focus on all aspects, but I will try to mention a couple of the most important factors and things. Dominika, can you switch slide?
Yes, with a map.
Yes, with a map, yes, please.
It's on.
The new born Polish state inherited a complex imperial legacy and a large minority population. The series of borderland conflicts, in this case, in particular, I mean the Ukrainian-Polish War of 1919-1918, and the Soviet-Polish War that followed the Great War added additional groups to the diverse veteran population. Throughout the interwar years, the Eastern borderlands became a source of inter-ethnic, religious, and political tension, and turned into a battleground of contested Polish and Ukrainian memory discourses. And on this, on the map, Dominika is showing you. I don't know, it was a map. So if you like on the map, Dominika, I think it's the wrong slide.
I know, I'm sorry, I lost control over the mouse.
It's okay. So if at some point, when you see the map, you will see that the region I'm talking about is marked by as a claimed by West Ukrainian People's Republic. And my focus is on Lviv, the largest city of Eastern Little Poland, and the former capital of the Habsburg crown land, known as the Kingdom of Galicia and Lodomeria. Lviv was a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multilingual city, and Roman Catholics constituted more than 50% of the population. 16% of city dwellers were Greek Catholics, and 32% were Jewish. Also, culturally Polish city, Lviv was surrounded by the Ukrainian countryside. It also had a central place in the Polish and Ukrainian national narratives. And the Ukrainian-Polish war became a battleground of the two nationalistic memory discourses. While the Poles constructed the official myth of Lviv defense, the counter-memory discourse about the unfinished national project mobilized the Ukrainians. In contrast to Polish and Ukrainian heroic narratives, the Jewish memory of the Ukrainian-Polish war depicted the conflict as a tragedy. The Poles perceived the neutral position of the Lviv Jewish community during the street fights in the early November of 1918 as treason, and the Polish military allowed a pogrom after the withdrawal of the Ukrainian forces. The strengthening of both Ukrainian and Polish nationalism led to the intensification of the political conflict between those communities in the 1930s. At the same time, they both share one feature, and they shared anti-Semitic attitudes towards their Jewish neighbors. Most studies of interwar Poland focus on political history with an emphasis on political radicalization and minority policies, and they usually overlook the role of welfare policy in the nation building and state building processes. This paper examines how, by defining what disability, founding new social programs, transforming imperial institutions, and interfering with the public sphere, the Polish government and local authorities use social welfare as an instrument to strengthen the Polish state on the eastern borderlands. It explores the interplay between the categories of ethnic and social minorities and the ways it shaped new civil identities and the experience of those what disability in interwar Lviv. I will focus on three aspects: on legislation, activism, and institutes and bureaucrats. So, from the beginning, a welfare policy followed the inclusive concept, and disabled veterans of the imperial armies, Russian, Austrian, and German armies, were granted the same rights as demobilized soldiers of the Polish army. According to Pilsudski's decree of February 1919, the program that aimed to return disabled veterans to society was divided into 4 areas: treatment, prosthetics, re-education, and social care. But it was only a temporary decree, and the government started working on the legislation and tried to define the term a disabled Polish veteran. At the time, 2 opposite concept of Polishness competed in interwar Poland, and the first emerged inside national democratic circles and understood the nation ethnically. Pilsudski and his supporters embrace different concepts, second concept, which describe nation in political terms. And this contested vision of the Polish nation defines the political life. So the main discussion focused on the question of whether disabled soldier of the imperial armies could be disabled Polish veteran. An important factor was that many imperial veterans belonged to national minorities. So since the majority of those deputies who participated in these early discussions were from this region, which now is called Little Poland, this borderland region, they emphasized the need to pay special attention to Poland's borderlands. They believe that the proper social programs would strengthen the loyalty to the Polish state. After 2 years of debates on March 1921, the Constitutional Assembly passed legislation which provided state assistance to veterans, their families, and families of soldiers who had died in battle. And this legislation follows the inclusive vision, so included all veterans, and established a new social minority group. And as the law equalized disabled soldiers of imperial and Polish armies, it different from some other countries of the regions that inherited similar diverse veteran population. In this case, I mean, for instance, Czechoslovakia and Romania. So the only group of disabled veterans excluded from the Polish welfare system and who did not belong to a new social minority were soldiers of the Ukrainian Halician army, as they had fought against the Polish state.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Should I change the slides?
Yes, next slide, sorry. Yes.
Two images, two pictures.
Yes. Perfect, thank you. So, so the soldiers, they had fought against Polish state, and that's why the government considers them disloyal citizens. And as a result, the burden of care for its disabled heroes laid into the Ukrainian community, which in 1922 established the Ukrainian Association for Aid to Disabled Veterans, and this organization provided modest allowance and medical assistance. And you can see on one of the journals published by this organization and a picture of its workshop, which produced the procedures for Ukrainian disabled veterans, for veterans of the Ukrainian Halician army. So the Great Depression forced the Polish government to revise its welfare programs for disabled veterans to reduce spending. The Parliament passed the new law in March 1932. At the same time, by cutting benefits to disabled veterans, it chose to not use army affiliation as criteria for cuts, but treated disabled veterans as a single social minority group. Instead, the new legislation divided areas of residence into three categories. And here, can you please change, Dominika, the slide?
I did.
Yes, thank you. So it divided on three areas of residence into three categories: cities, towns, and villages. Here you can see a detailed list of those localities and how they were divided into these different categories. And veterans' allowances would be recalculated depending on those places of residence. So as economic situation continued to worsen in the first part of the 1930s, the state further reduced benefits for disabled soldiers of the Imperial and Polish armies. And according to the presidential decree issued in October 1933, all groups of disabled veterans with less than 25% disability with the brief allowances. And previous law was about 15%. So people who had more than 50% of disability before that receive their allowances. So, however, despite this new order, in a year, in November 1934, another decree divided veterans into two categories. So soldiers of Polish army and Pilsudski, so-called Pilsudski legions, with more than 15% disability regained their right to receive their allowance. And whether all other veterans with less than 25, so imperial veterans, didn't. And for the first time, the state officially divided former soldiers by granting disabled veterans of the Polish army more benefits. Now I will talk a little bit about the veterans organization, disabled veterans organizations, and the disabled veteran movement was one of the major factors that shapes the experience of disability in Poland. And the largest veteran organization, the Polish Union of Disabled Veterans, lobbied for the legislation and enormously contributed to this victory of the inclusive concept of disability. It declared political neutrality and inclusive principles and united disabled veterans, soldiers, regardless of their army, ethnic, or religious affiliation. However, despite this declaration of unity and inclusivity in 1924, due to anti-Semitic mood, groups of Jewish veterans left the organization and established the Jewish organization in various parts of Poland, which in 1926 united in all Polish Union of Organizations of Disabled Veterans. Then in 1926, other small group of veterans who believed in the moral superiority of disabled soldiers of the Polish army formed the Polish Army Legion of Disabled Veterans. And please, Dominika, next slide. And this discourses constructed by Polish Union of Disabled Veterans and Polish Legion illustrated the main competing political concepts in the interval Poland, which defines the Polish nation as either a political or ethnic entity. And here just a picture of the major journals published by all those three large veteran organizations. Before May coup of 1926, the largest organizations, the union, had a tense relationship with the government and often criticized it for failure to establish an adequate system of assistance for disabled soldiers. And the coup dramatically changed this relationship with authorities. After prolonged conflict between the government and union, the government took complete control over the organization in 1932. And please, the next slide. Major Edwin Wagner, president of Polish Union from 1933 to 1939, a deputy of parliament elected in Lviv and former director of the Disabled Veterans Home in Lviv, headed the Disabled Veteran Movement, and which now became the extension of the government. And the local Lviv veteran movement follows the national patterns. So there were three major organizations: the Union, the League, and the Organization of the Jewish Veterans. So although the main day-to-day work of veteran organizations was related to representing the interests of individual members, they participated in political life. In the 1930s, the union had a tense relationship with the Polish Army Legion that united a very small circle of disabled soldiers in Lviv. The Legion's homogeneous ethnic profile was especially visible in ethnically and religiously mixed borderlands. The Legion was involved in the campaign against Edwin Wagner, who took part in parliamentary election as candidate from the government party in 1935. And please, next slide. And you can see here's a leaflet published by Legion by the Legion in Lviv, and in addition to financial misconduct, the Legion activists accused Wagner of constructing a narrative that described disabled soldiers of the imperial armies as people who had struggled for Polish independence. The authors of this leaflet opposed such an approach and stressed that the majority of disabled veterans in Eastern Little Poland belonged to a hostile nationality. They use the singular form of nationality and most probably meant Ukrainians. However, as a government candidate who represented the official concept of what disability, Wagner won this election despite the Legion's campaign. The pro-government Union of Disabled Veterans followed the official line and adjusted its policy. One of such examples is Union's policy related to Jewish veterans. And also in September 1938, Wagner stated that all members, including Jews, were equal. 4 months later, the organization's official newspaper, Invalida, proclaims that the only solution to the Jewish question in Poland was to reduce the Jewish population through mass immigration. Paradoxically, Jewish disabled soldiers were equal to other veterans in the eyes of law, but publicly they were denied right to live in Poland. Most Ukrainian disabled veterans serve in the Austrian army, in the Imperial Army, and many belong to the Union of Disabled Veterans. Although Ukrainians constituted a large minority group, their assimilation into the Union, which represented the state project in the eastern borderlands, was quite successful. In 1939, Ukrainians made up 41% of the Union members in Lviv County, but they had never acted as a separate group inside the organization. They also had never publicly complained about unjust treatment by Polish veterans. Whether it was a pragmatic choice, sincere loyalty, or national indifference, the organization prevented the succession of Ukrainian disabled veterans in times of increased radicalization of the Ukrainian community. 2 months before the Second World War, members of Lviv province branch of the Union publicly swore to fight for the inviolability of the borders of our motherland. So now I will mention a couple of things about institutions and bureaucrats. How much time do I have?
I think, Oksana, it would be good if you were wrapping up like a minute.
Okay, I will try. That's a couple of things. So to overcome challenges and establish a system of assistance for disabled soldiers, the local authorities try to incorporate all imperial facilities and establish new political institutions. And the most visible symbol of imperial heritage was a disabled veteran home in Lviv, built in the middle of 19th century. And please, next slide. And also the Polish authorities integrated the imperial institution into the welfare system. It continued to represent the past. And when in 1924, military officials tried to relocate disabled veterans from Lviv, the local civil authorities emphasized that the failure to establish welfare programs for disabled veterans in the eastern borderlands could be used by state enemies. And veterans and bureaucrats also employ the continuity arguments. So as this institution had been established by for disabled soldiers by the Emperor Franz Joseph, they believed veterans had the right to leave after the dissolution of empire and the establishment the nation state. And this argument actually works, and the veterans continue to live in this institution. And the last slide, please. Disabled veterans' self-representation as social minority group was especially visible in the letters to the local authorities during the economic crisis in the 30s. And Lviv, disabled soldiers sent thousands of requests for one-time payments. And these letters were a special type of documents. Some veterans organizations provided samples, most requests, and sometimes people send, the same person sent multiple letters, full of the same pattern and describe the desperate material position and failure of disabled fathers and husbands to provide for their families. The request letters also gave insight into how Lviv province officials perceive such representations of what disability, as well as into some bureaucratic practices. Disabled men's experience was reduced and standardized to several main factors, and at the same time, invasive bureaucratic gaze studied the personal life of disabled soldiers and their families, and they based their decision on the report of the Lviv district authorities that confirm or confuted information. Bureaucrats worked within the framework created by the welfare system, and disabled veterans sent their requests not as citizens who found themselves in difficult financial position, but as members of a social minority entitled to additional state assistance. And I will stop here. Thank you. And I'm looking to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to just say that there are 3 of us in the room, Tanya, Magda, and myself, you, Oksana, online, and John Paul. So maybe I will stop, maybe I will drop introduction of Tanya, and I will go directly to sharing her presentation. And Tanya, would you like to?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Oksana. I'm sorry, I have to find the, because we got disconnected. Oksana, John Paul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. I will try to share with you because right now we have a very complicated. Okay, we will try to share. 1 second.
Yes. Does it move?
I will just right now try. I don't see presentation. You see,
But it's here.
I know, but not on my screen, and I am as long as I don't have on my screen. Okay, now I can operate.
Okay.
Okay, should I change for you?
And you, to move, I just
just like this, you know.
Okay.
That would be. I can move it for you.
No, I will do it myself. Okay. Hi, everybody. It's great to meet again in our nice group to talk about veterans. So what I'm going to present today is So I don't have to make like long introduction because you know we don't have any external visitors, right?
No.
Oh,
We
so,
don't. This
okay.
is why
So it's a very kind of
this is why I didn't introduce you,
Yeah.
because there are just us.
Yeah, and so you remember in essence my case study, war veterans and Soviet welfare in the new Soviet borderlands, Western Ukraine in 1944-53. Actually, as you probably remember, I'm going to focus on Lviv Oblast because I managed between the COVID pandemic and the Russian invasion to work in the Lviv state archives of Lviv Oblast, which consists of Communist Party archives and the archives of the Lviv Oblast Council. And in both departments, I found materials like reports from the district party committees to Lviv Oblast Party Committee on social policy and veterans issues, and reports from the Lviv Oblast committees written for Kyiv, for the Ukrainian government, but also analytical reports on various issues such as housing, medical provision, organization of social support for invalids, and so on. And also, in particular, in the Lviv Oblast Council archives, I found materials like correspondence with citizens, with veterans, disabled, with the families of the veterans. And these materials which I built on my today's presentation. So I'm dealing with more or less with the same region as Oksana did in the interwar period, but I'm dealing with it after the end of Second World War. And as we all know, this is a region which was subject to numerous redrawing of the Polish-Soviet Polish-Ukrainian-Soviet border. In 1939, this was a German-Soviet partition of Poland. And you see some posters here, the one which is calling ethnic Ukrainians to vote for the for Western Ukraine joining the Soviet Union, and in a joint effort moving the border for the West, the Soviet army soldier and the Ukrainian peasant. Then came the German occupation in 1949, and actually the Germans also redraw this border because this territory became part of the General Government Galizien and not Reichskommissariat Ukraine. So the border was like internal border inside the German occupied territories was moved again. Then after the deoccupation by the Soviet army, or the Soviet occupation, depends on your perspective, the border was negotiated between communist Polish government and the Soviet government, and you see this image from like Ukrainian nationalist underground leaflet. So Ukrainians did not like, nobody liked actually this border except for Stalin and the Polish communist government. So the border was redrawn again, and parts of the territories which from the Ukrainian perspective were considered like ethnic Ukrainian lands were given to Poland. And the last kind of exchange happened in 1951, as late as 1951. And you can see it. I'm sorry. On this map, you can see actually this last exchange. And you can also see what is Lviv Oblast today is very different from what was Lviv Oblast at that time. So it was when Western Ukraine joined the Soviet Union. These were four, like Lviv and Drogobych, and Stanislaviv and Tarnopil. So these were two actual administrative units, which after the war in 1957, I think, Drogobych Oblast was united with Lviv Oblast, yeah. And also the border, how it looked in 1940 and how it looked already in 1951, yeah. So there was a lot of adjustments along the border, which brings me to more or less to the some central issues I'm going to discuss today. Is actually the emergence of the welfare state on this newly occupied or deoccupied territories, where the end of war is a kind of critical juncture for the welfare state, kind of constitutive moment, comes together with these processes of rebordering. And we talked a lot in discussing our project about borderlands as not as marginal sites, but as kind of central sites for testing welfare politics. And in my particular case study, I kind of tried to identify what makes it kind of specific, this kind of specific borderland situation, but also, so referring to what John Paul formulated as a research question for our project, the war and more generally crisis as a kind of constitutive moment. And first, it's for me, it's about the issue of loyalty of the local population. The issue of loyalty was a challenge for Soviet authorities everywhere where they kind of recaptured territories which were under the Nazi occupation. But in those newly created territories like this one, the loyalty to the Soviet regime had first to be won. And there were a number of competing loyalties, in this case, Ukrainian nationalism or the Polish state, and it was somehow establishing this welfare state was closely related with winning these loyalties. Yeah? The second aspect is that the borderlands as a subject to unprecedented social and demographic engineering. And there is a lot of literature on this region looking at it from this perspective of like mass ethnic violence and state violence. But if we bring it together with this dimension, you know, of like what does it mean for the welfare and social policy, this kind of profound demographic engineering and reshaping populations for years, yeah, reshaping the class structure, the social structure, which started before the First World War, or before the Second World War, and continued after, and also like this population exchanges and moving masses of population, Ukrainians to Poland, Ukrainians to the newly acquainted territories in Poland, Ukrainians to Soviet Ukraine, ethnic Ukrainians from Poland, Poles from Eastern Galicia, which became like Soviet Ukraine, to Poland, plus a lot of kind of voluntary resettlement programs, also resettling ethnic Ukrainians to from this region to southern and eastern Ukraine, labor mobilization for Donbass, going to the Donbass mines where the labor force was badly needed and people were mobilized. It was all kind of semi-voluntary. So the state called it voluntary, but it was not really voluntary. Plus families which were considered unloyal and supported Ukrainian nationalist underground were expelled to Siberia. So the welfare state appears here like at the same time as a repressive state. Yeah, so it's this kind of entangled entangled state in this sense. Yeah, so it's kind of work in progress. So I'm still working on my formulations, but I want to share with you so the direction where I'm trying to move. And the second aspect is that the borderlands, in particular, these borderlands were subject to this kind of Soviet modernization projects, which Soviets saw as a sort of civilizing mission. Tariq Amar wrote on it in his book, The Paradox of Ukrainian Lviv. And we know that it's, of course, not a unique situation. We read this book by Katrin Chancha on civilizing, like how the Poles saw their civilizing mission in the interwar Volhynia. What was probably interesting, particularly interesting about my case is that this Sovietization was a kind of global project, but also because the civilizers, the Soviets, were often not really sure about their civilizational superiority in this case, because they encountered on the level of material culture, on the level of everyday life, kind of civilization they felt was superior to them, and so in ways of, you know, like practices of consumption, fashion, how people lived, how there was this awareness that probably these people are more cultivated than us. Yeah. And so I skipped the first Soviet occupation. So the Soviets came with this grand project of reshaping like the local society, did not have enough time. And of course, they wanted to continue it after the occupation, but at the same time, they also faced a number of several urgent problems, and the new Soviet authorities which arrived were facing these problems, dealing with these problems. As the war continued, they needed to mobilize human and material resources to continue this war, and they used this territory as a kind of extraction base. In the rural areas, they were dealing with war destruction. They needed to prepare for harvesting. It was in summer. There was a huge security issue because there were like fighting continued, and the Ukrainian nationalist resistance continued to operate on this territory. In the city, it was about making the city work, the reconstruction of the infrastructure, crime, epidemic situation, homeless children, preparation for the coming school year. And this is, again, I tried to put everything together on this slide. This is how I imagine from reading through the archives, how this kind of ad hoc welfare state established itself on these territories. through very kind of heterogeneous elements. For example, there were some measures which were like pure improvisation, like they decided to give certain categories like one-time help. Like there were lists of local intelligentsia which were given like just some one-time subsidies to survive this kind of transitional period. So you can also identify some elements which refer to the Soviet welfare system. For example, how they try to implement the Soviet gender policies, like organizing working women, but also combined with the kind of pronatalist policies I have no time to talk about. Since 1944, there was a strong support for women, families with many children. So you can also see this list of women with 5 and more children. Institution building and institution destruction. So the church, the civic associations, private actors were disempowered, and state was kind of claiming this role more or less as a monopolist in terms of welfare provision. And so the Soviets, the first thing they established is departments of social provision at the district and oblast councils. Why it's interesting for me, because these departments cared for disabled veterans. Then this combination of warfare and welfare. So the military departments at the local party committees actually dealt with a number of very important issues, and also taking care of demobilized soldiers and officers. And also they supervised departments of state provision for the family of the military servicemen at the local councils, which were created as a separate kind of division, separate from the departments of social provision. Unfortunately, I have no time to talk about it.
Thank you.
Yes. So, and just one sentence to continue with this. So war veterans, actually, we cannot understand policies towards war veterans if we don't have a broader picture. And some categories which emerged, again, specific for the borderlands were, of course, resettled Ukrainians, so-called переселенцы, also families of the victims of Ukrainian nationalists. Somehow there were more and more those who claimed this social support because their fathers or men were killed not by on the front line, but in this kind of guerrilla war, and repatriated Soviet citizens. So veterans were competing with these categories. And I can not, unfortunately, present the rest of my findings, but we can continue in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tanya, very much.
Is he presenting now?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm share his screen.
He would be running. It would be
So he will
Jennifer, would it be okay for you to share to run PowerPoint presentation from your computer?
It would, Dominika, but
and then I will make you a co-host so you can share.
Oh, okay. Well, as a matter of fact, what I was thinking, because if I understand correctly, it's just us actually.
Yes.
Okay. So what I might do then, with your permission, Dominika, is perhaps change up a little bit, because the presentation that I prepared, it's not going to be very new for the people in the group. So maybe instead, yeah,
right.
so perhaps instead what I'll do is just sort of tell you what I'm doing at the moment,
Okay.
and tell you, you know, maybe report on some of the outputs and the ideas that we've been talking about since we met in January, and that might be more interesting and a little bit more.
That's a good idea. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, no worries. And you know, the advantage of this is that it won't be longer than 17 minutes. It'll probably be shorter than that actually, but I'm going to time myself anyway.
Okay, so right now it's 3:23, and you have 16 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be even quicker, Dominica, and I'll save some of these things for the discussion afterwards, because I know this is like the fourth or fifth day, isn't it, for all of you, and it must have been quite a full program.
We are here.
Okay.
If you want to present or share the screen, you can start it.
I don't think it's going to be necessary. We can just have this image up on the screen, and I think that will be fine. We can kind of leave it there. Oh, okay. Well, listen. It's good to see all of you again, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't join you in Eilat. It looks like a fantastic program, and it also I mean, not just the academic program, but also the sort of the cultural program and the excursions, and you know, it would also be. I mean, I'm sure you have much better weather there than you do where I am in Dublin, where it's raining. So not to sort of self-pity and go for the sympathy vote. But what I thought I might do in that case is just sort of talk a little bit about some of the projects that I'm involved in that are related to the ERC project, to the Socio Board project, and just give you an update on where we are with those, and just, you know, you can sort of respond, and we can talk a little bit about that, and it can be more kind of a group a group thing. So perhaps I'll do that. And there's really sort of 4 or 5 things that I wanted to let you all know about. 4 or 5 things that are in process or coming up. The first one is actually something that Oksana alluded to. She presented this wonderful paper, and that is part of this special issue that we're editing, that I'm co-editing with Carolina Lenda-Karbok and Hannah Lindberg. And I'm pleased to say that we're now, everything has gone to review. We've got 1 review back, which has been quite positive. And we're sort of hopeful that the rest of the reviews will also be positive, and that this project will be on its way quite soon. And of course, it is very much influenced by the stuff we've been talking about. And Carolina and I co-edited an article for this piece, and we actually presented some ideas of it at a more formative stage to the group. And this article has now become a sort of something like a longue durée study, which looks at the birth and ultimately the death of the Yugoslav welfare state in the 20th century. And I've spoken a little bit about how it's formed in the interwar period, how it is taken up by the communists after the Second World War, and Carolina is dealing with the 1990s. And explaining, you know, basically how it's essentially dissolved in the war, but also in the sort of the crash course of economic reform in the 1990s, which does actually seem to be really the death knell actually for a lot of the you know, a lot of these welfare ideas that were current in Yugoslavia. So a couple of things about this in relation to the project. A couple of points about this article. One is that we've sort of taken the idea of borders and we've extrapolated that and we've turned that into a study of how welfare creates borders within terms of citizenship within Yugoslavia, and how it might create minority groups within the country itself. And it's become, I think, quite an interesting study, because we've eventually concluded conventional and traditional histories of Yugoslavia are sort of very focused on the national question and how these various national groups do or don't integrate, and that is an interesting part of the study and an important part of the story. But what we've actually found is that if you look through the lens of welfare at the state, the borders are much more frequently based on things like service and in the case of war veterans, what they did during the various conflicts. So there are points of comparison with what Oksana has said. Now, the other thing, and this is kind of a mea culpa and something that I wanted to talk to you all about maybe in a future meeting, is that one of the, we haven't got the reviews back yet, but it might be that they sort of ask about the Second World War and what happens to welfare during this period. And that in the bigger picture of the of welfare in Yugoslavia and welfare in the Northern Adriatic, it is for me still a bit of a blind spot. I don't know what, for example, I don't really know much about what the Ustasha do during their brief reign, what they do with welfare, and I wouldn't know what the collaboration state in Serbia does either. And I have a few ideas, and I've asked people, and a couple of historian colleagues have sent me some readings, but I don't have any original ideas about this yet. And my feeling, and this is a feeling that I'm getting mainly from reading and listening to Radka Sustrova, who presented this great paper, didn't she, on the welfare system during the welfare state during the Protectorate of Moravia and Bohemia. My feeling actually is that whereas when I began this project, I felt that this would just be sort of a parenthetical moment in welfare history. I'm starting to think actually that this might be a very important component, and this might be quite an important moment. So that's one thing. The second thing is that last week or a couple of weeks ago, Oksana, myself, and Tina Filipovic met online, and we started to discuss our special issue on veterans and how we might organize this and how it might take shape. And I thought that was a pretty successful meeting. Oksana is here. Maybe she'll either confirm or reject that. But we had a good discussion, and we came up with some good ideas, I think, which we're going to put to the group relatively soon. But basically the ideas are that the study of war veterans and borders and borderlands can be quite an interesting one. First of all, because war veterans are as we've established in this in this session, central parts and central elements of welfare delivery and welfare distribution, but also that in borderlands themselves, we're likely to see phenomena such as if borders change, it might be that there's a delayed arrival of a new welfare state. So the state might have high aspirations for legislation and this kind of thing, but in reality, it takes time to sort of implement those changes. And it could well be that in borderlands, war veterans, to say nothing of other welfare groups, are actually being provided welfare under sort of an old welfare state or an old welfare regime, and that this might take time to this might take time to transition. So it doesn't quite match the big sort of chronological. It's not necessarily 1918 or 1945, but it might be so there might be a sort of delay there. So that's one thing, and the other I guess the other question, the other idea we're playing with and we're putting out there is that it could also be the case in borderlands that if the state leaves a space for welfare delivery, if it's not able to provide in a moment of crisis such as border change or conflict or transition, it could be that borderland communities come up with their own solutions to these things, and it could also be that those solutions based at the local level and on local communities sort of straddle borders, and we were kind of inspired in part by Claudine's paper, where she talks about how that there's almost kind of, if you focus on the agents and you focus on the people who are looking for welfare, it's almost as if they're sort of constructing for themselves like a hybrid welfare package, where they take certain aspects from one side of the border, but because they're so proximate, they can go to the other side of the border and take other things. And it might be that welfare in the borderlands is sort of, you know, if we stop thinking about the states and we stop thinking about legislation, but we think about how people receive this welfare, that actually it could be that the borderland is an area of opportunity. I mean, the other thing I was thinking about, we were thinking about when we did this was a contemporary case of course, of things like abortion rights in a country like Poland, where of course Polish women looking for this have to sort of leave the country because they're not able to get it in their own country. They have to go to somewhere like the Czech Republic or something like this. So again, there's a sense of welfare mobility, and that might be present also. That, you know, in order to get welfare, you have to kind of cross a border. Okay, very quickly in the last sort of 5 or so minutes, I've also been in touch with a very good historian based in Graz, a woman called Jelena Djerenovich. I'm not sure if you know that name. Mentioned her very briefly in the January meeting. And Jelena is working on Subnord, so she's working on the war veteran associations in Tito's Yugoslavia. And she's done a lot of very interesting work on the international, the global dimension. So she's, you know, she's looking at the non-aligned movements, of which, of course, Yugoslavia was an integral member and a founder member, the founding member, in fact. And she's found a lot of very interesting stories about how Yugoslav war veterans traveled to the decolonizing and the decolonized world. So places like Algeria, later on places like Angola, and they're basically sort of providing knowledge transfers about how disability care and welfare and rehabilitation might be delivered in this context of in this global context. So, you know, there's a sense in places like Algeria and Angola and other parts of the decolonizing world that the welfare care and the welfare treatment of disabled war veterans, or indeed able-bodied war veterans in Yugoslavia, provides a model that might be duplicated in the decolonizing world. So Jelena and I are sort of trying to put together the various parts that we're working on, and you might remember from previous meetings that I've talked about how I've been trying to research and work out what happens at the beginning in the first sort of the formative decade or 15 years of Tito's Yugoslavia, how the welfare state is put together, how it establishes boundaries and borders based on a wartime record and service, as well as physical impairment and physical disability. So I'm sort of putting together information about that, and the idea is that then Jelena, in the second part of this, what I hope will become an article, will also sort of write about how this is exported and how this is taken globally. So this might become quite an interesting piece of eventually a piece of sort of global history. Okay, the final thing I was going to say is that I'm going on a mission in March. I've spoken to Laura Borghese about this, and that will be kind of a 2-week mission. The first week will be a bit over 2 weeks, actually. The first part of it will be in Croatia, and then in the second part I'll go to Belgrade and probably work on the national archives there. So I'll be picking up material and visiting the Northern Adriatic and this kind of thing, and I'm quite looking forward to this. And if you'll allow me, I can kind of come back and present some of the ideas that I found on those trips.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
John Paul, 2 minutes, okay? Because we still have presentation of Martha, and we are
Okay.
4:00.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to wrap up in that case straight away. I just say that the following things that on that mission. So I found a very interesting in 1981. You might know that there was the International Year of Disability, and Monica Bard actually has been writing. She has a big project based on this. The response from the Yugoslavs was to create a massive bibliography of every single publication, including newspaper articles that were written about a disability during this time. And I found this, and I'm going through it, and this is in fact an incredible sort of reference point for how disability care was thought through, and how it was how it evolved, and how it was elaborated in particularly in Tito's Yugoslavia. Now, the last thing in the last 30 or so seconds is that I've also found a very interesting case study of this very interesting school for the blind in Yugoslavia, which was in fact one of the established after the First World War by war veterans who had spent the war in England, actually, and they'd been at Arthur Pearson's School for the Blind in Winchester. They'd learned Braille, and they'd come back to Yugoslavia to sort of attempt to emulate what they'd seen in England. It's a fascinating case. It's very well resourced, and it's got all kinds of interesting questions about, because there were war veterans there, but there are also civilian blind. And there's tensions within the building between these two groups, that it's also a great sort of laboratory for trying out these new ideas about disabled care. The one problem here is that it's not in the Northern Adriatic, and it's not, strictly speaking, one of our borderlands. So it's something that's very interesting to me, but I'm not exactly sure how this can be worked into our project. Okay,
Thank you very
so that's
much, Jean-Paul.
yeah. That's
Thank
it
you.
for me.
Yeah. Would you like me to operate the
No, if I have the slides, I will just see how this goes now with the slides.
Let's finish this. Let's first open news here.
Let me see.
And then I will do a slide.
Jean-Paul, do you
Yes,
see the
yes.
slides?
Yeah, I do. I can see them. No worries.
And do you see me as well?
I do. I see. Yeah, I can see it all. I have 20/20
great.
vision on this.
Yeah. So, well, just briefly, the border changes. So during the First World War and after the First World War, basically Belgium and France gained some territory from Germany. That's the easiest way I can say it. So, and these were then the overall questions about the mixed economy of welfare. So, for the project, I would have to write two big texts. One is for the special issue Jean-Paul is coordinating with Oksana and Tina. And the other text is within the edit volume, and there it's about this mixed economy of welfare. And so this presentation more takes already the shape of this, of what would come into the edited volume. But Jean-Paul, so please, if you're listening to me, you will recognize some of the ideas you also put forward for the special issue, and there are possibilities to elaborate on these ones then later on in the publication and maybe already in the discussion. So I started here from this book about productive entanglements, about the fact that you have mixed economy of welfare with the private and the public, and it's not a competition, but they can actually work together or be entangled. And so the whole question is then what happens with the border. So how was access to social welfare benefits defined by welfare providers, and what was the cross-border character of veteran welfare, taking into consideration these historically changing understandings of state citizenship, sovereignty, and welfare. And so I will give you 5 empirical examples of where I am with my research. So I'm still very much in the sources, but I give you like empirical evidence of the fact that you have this mixed economy of welfare in a cross-border perspective. Yeah, and so I have 5 elements here. I have an example of somebody who benefited from both sides of the border, somebody who was excluded. You have the idea of how 2 nation states work together after a border was shut. And then you have this cross-border voluntary associations, and you have this, what I know about municipalities. And so here I have the first case, which is this one guy, but there were more actually of this welfare
war veterans. And so this is a person who used to live in Luxembourg, and then he went to join the French Foreign Legion during the First World War, and so he fought in the French army. And then after the war, he came back to Luxembourg, and he had a certain percentage of disability, so he received money from France, and that was sent over the border to Luxembourg. And you here see the certificates and all of it, so it's very well documented. And then on the other hand, this person received employment in the steel industry in Luxembourg. And I have here le système paternaliste de l'Albet. And this is because this big steel industry, this company was bigger than the Luxembourgish state. And so the whole idea that you have a state without an army, without a welfare policy, which actually pushes these people to this kind of mecenas, which had a big role there because the steel industry was so big. It was the second biggest region in the world. So this is why you have a state that didn't play a big role, but you have this maybe old-fashioned, but this mecenas taking over that role and building an entire system, social welfare system within this company structure. And he actually, his nephew was killed in the war in the same French Foreign Legion, so he actually took on this role very seriously. The only problem for us, actually for me in this case, is that I can't trace these people back in the big archive of the institute of this industry any longer, because they were not thematized any longer as war veterans. They just became part of this entire system, so to speak. And so in a way you can say that he benefited from two parts, because there were also people who only received the Luxembourgish part, and people who did not work within the steel industry only received this French part of it. But it's very difficult. I mean, you cannot completely compare what this person receives. It was money from France, I know, but where did he go to the doctor? And so what was actually the overlapping aspect of it, that will always be to a certain extent unclear, because it was documented in different ways. But we do know that he received it from both sides, and that this mixed economy of welfare worked for him from both sides, actually. And then you have it works for him, for that kind of war veteran, but it's not that this big man of this steel industry took care of all war veterans, because Luxembourgers fought on different fronts during the First World War. And so the ones who had fought in the German army, they could not receive employment in this steel industry. And so what you actually see, and here I'm not going to read it from the slides, but it's actually that these Luxembourgish citizens who fought in the German army did not receive anything. And also there was this idea of this financial compensation for war damage, but this was for civilians. This was not thought of for these veterans, and it was actually never solved. And so, yeah, that is, I have the discussions in the Luxembourgish government. I have these sources about whether or not to include them, and then the final decision, but that's what I have. Okay, now this is this nation states working together in the selection of veterans. This three at the end doesn't mean anything. And here, Jean-Paul, it's a bit about this delay. So this is about Alsace and Lorraine, so these new pieces of land for France that used to be part of Germany. And so you had a lot of local people who fought in the German army. And so it was said after the First World War that these people should be treated equally, but it took a longer time to do it. And so you have this delayed access. And then it was in a way important from a moral point of view to publicly make that division between this charity for the people who had fought in the German army and then this welfare for the people in the French army. So this resonates a bit with what Oksana has been saying. And then on the local level, you have these municipalities stepping in order to make up for the delay, so to speak, and to organize on a local level this finding employment for the veterans. And then at a certain point, which is quite late, 1927, the French pension payment rates were decided to be paid according to German calculated disability percentages, just to make the systems match or fit, actually. But this meant, and this was interesting, that these former German Alsatian veterans who had in the meantime received French citizenship, they needed to travel over the border to Freiburg in Germany in order to be examined by a German like doctor, so to speak. So here you see how this, like the German state and the French state work together in order to create a system that works. And I found that I found that fascinating. So that is to give this German authorities this type of access and power over veterans who were then already French citizens, that is quite a contradiction I found, and I found it interesting. So then we have this cross-border voluntary associations, and here you have what you said, Jean-Paul, about this crisis when the state cannot step in, how there is this increased mobility or motivation provided by the people themselves in order to come up with creative solutions. And what you see here is the importance of the World War. Excuse me. So indeed, the First World War was very important, and especially Paris, because in Paris, a lot happened, a lot of innovations on how to provide welfare and so on. And the thing, to a certain extent, it was ethnic, not because it wanted to be ethnic, but so the Luxembourgers who fought in the French army, they couldn't go home to their families. So these were, for example, students who were stuck there, or they were people from Luxembourg who had come to fight in this French Foreign Legion. So when they were on leave, they were taken care of by Luxembourgish welfare organizations established in Paris. And these Luxembourgish welfare organizations, they copied from this other Paris welfare organizations how to do welfare for soldiers, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then once the war was over and there is Luxembourg, the whole idea is like what to do in Luxembourg. And then you see that they open branches of their associations in Luxembourg. So they become these cross-border voluntary associations operating in France and in Luxembourg and bringing all the know-how of that welfare operation activities during the First World War to Luxembourg. And then it's interesting to see how they interact with the Luxembourgish government. The Luxembourgish government did not have an army, did not have a veteran policy. And it's like, what do we have to do? And you see that these veteran associations, they teach the Luxembourgish government what to do. And here I have a fragment of such a correspondence between like the president of one of these welfare associations sitting in Paris, writing to the prime minister, a minister in Luxembourg. And he actually says, because it's in French, but it actually says like, I advise you not to develop a welfare policy because people will receive it from France. And otherwise you're going to give more money to the people sitting in Luxembourg than actually to the people who stay in France. So that would not be giving a good example. And so the result of that is that in a way, the Luxembourgish government makes like a short-term like relief package for the people who are left behind, not taken care of by this French system, so to speak. But I found it interesting to see it really is like an entangled and in a way productive way of communication between both. And then the last one is is about this municipality. I have a problem with bringing in municipalities in the project. I really went to a municipal archive in Thionville, which is so on the other side, it's in France. And I thought it was very interesting because Thionville used to be part of Germany and then it became part of France. And it had a lot of Luxembourgish living there. So I thought, this is the archive, I need to go. And so welfare was just not like visible in the archive. So it can randomly be the case that you have a wealth of materials or you have nothing. And so what I now present is something I found in the National Archives in Luxembourg with this correspondence with, and this is Aix-en-Chapelle, so it's Aachen, which is in Germany. And what is interesting is that during the First World War, Luxembourgish government was paying money to this municipality in order to try to provide welfare to Luxembourgish citizens living in the city. And these were mostly women and children. And what was interesting for me is to see that it continued after the First World War was over. And so this was not mentioned that this is for widows and orphans. but it was very clear that in a way they could not write it properly because they did not want to give any money to this Luxembourgers who had fought in the German army. But indirectly, they were providing like welfare to Luxembourgers in need in Germany. And so, and the motivation, because this is a source from 1919, but it continued until 1923. And the motivation to continue doing this was the hyperinflation in Germany, so that our citizens who are living abroad are having a harder time now in post-war Germany than in post-war France or Belgium or Luxembourg. So we need to continue supporting them. And this is then like a cooperation between a state and a municipality, because this Luxembourgers living in Germany, they were mainly living in specific towns. Yeah, so and Aachen is not so far from Luxembourg, so that is why you have it with this municipality. So this is everything I had actually. If there would have been a public, I would have explained it, like, of course, offer more explanations, but I think we can use that time for the discussion.
So, Oksana, are you still with us? Oksana?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I wasn't sure because we had troubles today with the computer. It was working better on Monday. So we have us. So at 4 o'clock we have some farewell words from the conference organizers, right, Marta?
Oh, so that's in 6 minutes.
Yes, this is in 6 minutes. So normally, I know that there are just of us, so everything depends on us. But at 4 o'clock, we have the last words. So, goodbye words from the organizers, and maybe it would be good to go down and to show ourselves. I think that there are a lot of interesting materials, and it's good that we had this meeting because I can see there are so many themes emerging. So I think that, what do you think if we cannot continue right now? Would it be okay with you until we remember and we have our notes to meet on Zoom, let's say next week?
Yeah, I would actually prefer to receive information about the special issue of veterans, because we all contribute to that special issue, and to start a discussion on the basis of your outline of what you want to do with the special issue, because I see possibilities, for example, this delayed arrival of state welfare support. I mean, this is something I could work on for this Lorraine area, or maybe for the Eupen Normandy area. So it really depends on how you formulated it, that I can start to think in terms of an article.
So maybe, okay, so John Paul and Oksana, tell us how you see the special issue.
Well, how about I answer this, Oksana, because we agreed when we met last week that I would be the one who writes the synopsis, and I still haven't done that, so that's kind of on me. But one solution, and I think Maxwell, you have a very good idea. So maybe one solution would be that I prepare a draft of this synopsis, and I can do that for early next week. And then I can email that to the group, and then maybe later on in the week we could have a Zoom session and we could discuss the synopsis, which would be sort of 800, 1,000 words. We could get some feedback from you all, and then we could we could maybe go from there and also discuss some of the things that we've talked about today.
Okay, and when can you send us this, John Paul?
So I was supposed to do it this week, but I'm finishing a different article, which is taking much longer. But I can get that to you by Tuesday morning at the latest.
All right. So Tuesday morning.
Yeah, and then we could meet, for example, on Thursday or Friday. Friday would be a little bit better for me. I don't know how the rest of the group is doing.
Yeah, but before 4 p.m. CET. So
okay.
I'm afraid I will be in the train next week. I have to check my calendar.
What kind of train are you taking? This Siberia for 4 days?
No, on Friday.
On Friday, okay.
Yeah, I have to.
So we will coordinate through Doodle.
Yeah, Joe Paul, if you can on Thursday as well, maybe we can find a moment on Thursday.
Yeah, let me just quickly go and check my book.
Oksana, Thursday will be good for you?
Yes, I think so. Like, because it's really early for me, so I can any day because can do it any day because it's like 7 a.m. So yeah, anyway, so for me it's okay.
I could do at 2 p.m.
Thursday.
Yeah, 2:15 p.m.
Is that CET, Machteld?
Yeah.
Yes.
For me, it's 5 a.m. unfortunately.
So I'm sorry, Friday. I think Friday is great for me because I'm already in Vienna.
Oh, Friday. It's better on Friday.
Yeah.
And Oksana, if we do it at 3 p.m. from 3 until 4 p.m., would that be better on Friday?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Oksana.
Yeah.
But in like about the issue and what we include in this issue, I think it's just everyone can think what is their topic of interest, and we just slide it into the proposal. So yeah, if you have some issue which you want to work on,
yeah,
can be so.
Oksana, but this is CET, yeah? It's Central European Time. It's a different time zone than today, yeah?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know. 1 hour difference. Yeah. I no. I'm okay. I trying to do time differences because yeah. I think.
So Friday, 3 p.m. will be good for you, John Paul?
It will. Yeah, I can do that. No problem.
So Tuesday, an abstract from you, and on Friday, 3 p.m.
Yeah, for me, both of those are good.
Okay, so thank you very much, Oksana. Thank you very much, John Paul, for joining us. We will be moving to the main hall. And my apologies for the problems with sharing the PowerPoint. I was already in the room today at 1 p.m. this time, and it's 1 hour and a half, it was not enough to sort it out. So my apologies for this. And thank you. Have a nice afternoon, or even all day in case of Oksana.
Thank you.
Go back to bed would be my
it's
plan,
my intention.
Okay, Oksana, thank you very much for accommodating.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.